All right, let's begin. What do you mean pretend like nobody's home? I can see your ass. How's it going, Rowan? Welcome, everybody. Welcome, welcome, welcome. If you do not know me, I'm Halbernot the Mimic Elf, miniature painting Vtuber of the Nurgle and Skaven variety. How you doing, Storm Armageddon? And Darling Rosie, thank you for the follow and welcome to the workshop. Also on YouTube, how you doing, Lotta and Captain Psychosis? And then from way earlier in the stream, how you doing, Zetai? Congratulations on you first. How you doing, Matthew? Supremely nice. How you doing, Nobody? How you doing, Whittle Maxi? How you doing, Chieftain? How you doing, Ars? How you doing, Steve? How you doing, Shasser? How you doing, Bonbon? How you doing, Dark Muffin? And Bean, how you doing? And Baconator, yeah. How's Age of Mythology treating you? I have not played any of those Age games. I feel like I would probably like them. I just have. I think so, somebody mentioned during movie night that when I say I'll get around to watching something that's like a decade later, and they're not wrong. And I think about that. I thought about that before that comment even. Like, yeah, no, I might be like 45 and be like, oh, it's finally time. It's finally time to really get into my RTS and or matte painting level area. But yeah, these are the Eradicators from the Armageddon box. I have strapped some big kind of salvage orc shield sitter guns because like the guns normally have these like little. I think it's probably more like a recoil thing than a shield, but I love the idea of like a big heavy bolter guy with just like a big fuck off shield. I think it's a good mix. Very high level cheese. Hell yeah. I mean, I am a big fan of cheesable single player games. I think the inherent whimsy that comes with a video game is like, I think cheese is bad when it's like a multiplayer thing. If your cheese directly ruins someone else's experience, I'm not big on that. But if like your cheese is just bringing whimsy and fun and just like, even if it's like bullshit and game breaking, I'm very pro it. I'm pro that level of cheese. That's how big goods. That's what I thought too. Yeah. Sometimes Space Marine design language, I'm not really sure what they're going for. And this is like I believe Eradicators have been around for a while, so I don't really know. Hey, Longtooth, how you doing? Yeah, I mean, plus, like, you know, like the way I have the helmets. By the way, you can get 3D printable Gravis style beaky helmets. So, you know, he's gonna have like a line of sight down the barrel. He's gonna be able to see shit whenever that's ready to go. So there's room for it. But yeah, last week I was working on the chaplain, and the chaplain is like not done at all. So you like, if you're wondering why I'm working on these guys. It's because I've had them built for a while and they're taking up a lot of desk space and I would like to free my desk. There are some, like, listen, I always love mini painting, but there are sometimes I will do a project and the kind of like motivating thing is like, I really need to like have more room available to me. So that's why I'm doing this. Oh, these are a custom chapter called the Rust Vultures. We made 16 chapters on stream, like maybe like a month or two ago. And the winner got to become real, which is what I've been doing for the Armageddon box. These guys are very much like they don't know who their like progenitor is because they purposely thought like remembering that shit would kind of lock them onto the past. They're very much like Solid Snake in that they like to procure gear on site. They do a lot of tech heresy. They do a lot of like, I mean, other Marines do this too. Marines fire orc guns, like not like a crazy amount, but it's not unknown. But for them, that's almost like the fun part. We're just like getting so deep in the shit that you kill the Xenos with their own weapons. Deathwatch kill too. Hey, let's go. Deathwatch I always thought are really cool conceptually. I just never committed to doing anything with them. Yeah, they're kind of like if you were just taking existing chapters, like a little bit of raptors mixed in with like a little bit of like blood ravens. Like pragmatist blood ravens. They even kind of, you know, bird symbol stuff. So like, yeah. Mechanically, they're going to lean very Raven Guard, though. They're going to really, really lean Raven Guard, though, because, like, I mean, they're also 11. Thank you for the sub. Thank you. Also, holy shit, that streak. Let's fucking go. All the Raven Guard, the new Ethan Sean or whatever, straight up has like big fluffy bits, and like I have a lot of jetpack guys. I have I can show you some that I've not done anything with yet. Let me go back and grab some bullshit. Hold on, let me get this little bit. Let me grab up a container. Yeah, I do like Raptors. Like Space Marine Special Forces, like I wouldn't want that for every Marine chapter. But I think every now and then as a treat, it's very, very fun. Pick your battles of play. No, for real, for real. I had to astral project to grab some shit. Yeah, I also like, I do have a couple of miscellaneous like, I have some like metal era like Death Guard shoulder pads. I do like the idea that these guys really value Deathwatch leadership. Like they fit Deathwatch really well. And honestly, I might have to see how the Deathwatch rules work. Like if I made like a Deathwatch strike team, that'd be kind of fun. Just like using the same guys. Hey, oh, do not worry. I totally understand needing to ollie out after a raid. It's all good. Take it easy. But yeah, these are the guys from the Leviathan set, the flamethrower guys. And you can tell by his shoulders I was painting them like minotaurs. And I'm like, wait a minute. I don't like painting these flamethrower guys, and I don't want to use them. So I've been printing out a bunch of power, like jetpacks. I found these from Greytide. They have like a generic box, which I didn't realize existed until recently. And I was like, oh, these are cool and chunky in a way that I think would be kind of fun. So I'm going to like plop their arms off, plop their heads off, plop their backs off, and just really just use like once again, I understand that Space Marines are like super overrepresented and stuff like that. I totally get it. I get it. I'm in agreement, but also how flexible a Marine torso is with the right bits you can the fact that you can basically make whatever, it's really nice as a hobbyist. I get it. I totally get it. I'm not immune to the charm of a Marine. So it's fun. It's fun that I can go to my shop and find that somebody traded in like a Primaris Sergeant with a Power Fist. And I'm like, ooh, you know what? With like the right backpack and tabard, you can be a captain, and those normally go for like $40. Functionally the same torso, just add some little bits. Oh yeah, especially like lieutenants. I fully believe that everybody who is into like Warhammer, the hobby brand Warhammer, like if you painted Warhammer minis, look around your house, you have a Primaris lieutenant somewhere in there. You might say you don't, but you do. Don't worry. Yeah, they do, absolutely. Yeah, like it's like, it's frustrating because like there are armies that I think are neat, like fucking Dark Eldar I think are really, really rad. But I also understand that, and sometimes you do get like a weird chicken and egg scenario. Do Dark Eldar sell bad because nobody likes them? Or they sell bad because they keep squatting all their models? I don't know. Oh, Metal Boy, hell yeah, let's go. Space Wolves are pretty cool too. I was going to do a 13th Company Space Wolf project, but then my project ADHD has gotten me like 8 or 9 projects deep. Yeah, Exodite's got models. If my money money and time were not spoken for in a million different ways, I would probably pick those up. But I'm realizing I'm like, I have too many other things to do, so I don't know. I do like them though. I have this issue where like a lot of my never evers have kind of become real. Like you guys remember that like Re-Fantasio game or whatever? For the longest time, that game was basically like not going to be real. It was not going to be real. People were like Atlas is lying to everybody. This game is basically abandonware. They just haven't gone and said it. And I wrote off a lot of those never evers. But then like because I'm a VTuber now and like I'm doing too many other things, I can't do that. Fucking like Kirby's Air Ride got a sequel. And that was like one of my favorite games of all time. And like I don't know how good the new one is, but like even if it's the exact same game as the GameCube one, but with like slightly nicer graphics, it would still be pretty bitchin'. But it's like, I don't got time. I don't have a Switch 2 either. Like there's a new Splatoon game that came out. I'm like, that's unfortunate because I do not have a Switch, but whatever. Yeah. The ninjas go into your house to burn your older books, but they do leave you a just like a little customary Primaris lieutenant. They're like, hey, listen, we knew we burned all the books in your house, but not like actual literature, just like older editions of 40K, so that you only play 11th. But like, you know, they're not total heartless monsters. They'll leave you a little treat. It's like it's like a tooth fairy. You know, they take the hideous ugly tooth and they leave you a little treat. That's how G-Dub thinks about it anyway. Star Wars Legion. Legion is also another game that I wanted to do more of, but then projects have gotten in the way. I'm almost done with my ATRT. I just need to sit down and really commit on that. I might need to schedule streams to get that done because I know how my brain works. Yeah, except if I get triggered by your Discord ping. Oh yeah, no, it's a mood. That is a mood. I'm funny because I actually get through a lot of projects because I do have like a consistent stream to keep me kind of on the level, but also I fuck up. Let's see. 40K, yes. Legion, yes. Infinity, yes. Technically everything but Silver Bayonet. Though my Infinity stuff is pretty old, and like I'm not super like needing to get that taken care of at some point. I was like years ago, way before VTubing was even really a thing I could do. I was like looking for war games to get into, and I just tried Infinity and just didn't have a good time with my local scene. So I have a bunch of like, I have like a Pano box and some other stuff just kicking around in there. Yeah, the new bandos look pretty legit. That was sort of my thought. I was like, I like Star Wars Legion, but like, here's the thing. I think Star Wars like in an abstract is pretty cool. But I hate the fact that whenever you play a Star Wars game, you're playing, you know, the regulars. You're playing Han Solo, you're playing Luke, you're playing Leia. So I was like, okay, you know, it'd be really cool. The fact that like Legion was like, hey, you could build your own clan. You could customize your own things. And I'm like, wow, cool. And it's didn't exactly like, I mean, the custom clan stuff for that is still very limited, but whatever, but you could. Yeah, I could use them for Silver Bayonet. And I believe there is a fan module thing called the Twisted Bayonet that I believe is like a specifically turnip flavored one. They do. I do understand. I do think Legion has been taking pretty good strides in adding like more your dudes, but like it's still very much a not your dude setting. Like you're like if you're gonna play against like any army, there's a very large chance that you're going to be playing with one of like the main characters of the movies. Yeah. But so what happens, what Lemon's talking about is that they actually do have like a bunch of like customizable, like build your own officer and like operative for basically all the main 4 armies, and then also Mandos now. Like it's pretty cool. And I think the game is neat. It's just very tricky because once again, I have the same, like, could I go and like make my own OC Do Not Steals? Yeah, I'm actually like very likely will. But that is also a level of confusion where it's like, it's not like I'm taking like a bespoke Space Marine captain, like an Ultramarine guy. And you're like, I know generally what an Ultramarine captain does. The way like, say like Lando and Leia play are significantly different. Like very, very, very different specific play. Like build your army around play styles, because it's not just cards. I mean, it's not just models. You got cards. You got unique deployment cards that correspond to named characters. Sometimes like the main character, like the character you play, like might have like okay stats and be kind of whatever, but they introduce a really good card for like activation stuff, and it's tricky. Did I check your DMs? Yes, and I forgot to respond or do anything about that, but I did see it. I do need to still do that. Thank you. I like after yesterday's stream, I kind of went to bed reasonably quickly after. No, I did Power for a bit, and then I did that, and I went to bed. And then I woke up, and then I had to do work, and then I had to take a very, very minor doctor's appointment. Nothing crazy. You know, got to make sure this old mimic body is holding up. Spoilers. It's against all the wiles of the universe. It be holding up. Yeah, I mean, those snake cards are really cool. They are really, really cool. Space Shelf wasn't biggest foe thus far. Yeah, I mean, I will say that there are war games that kind of could ease you into other war games as well. Like there is like a nice little bit of thing where it's like a turnip model can be used for like a Trench Crusade if depending on which factions you play and stuff like that. That is really, really nice. Yeah, you got Veers, you got apparently, like, once again, I like to keep up sometimes with, like, on Goonhammer of games I'm interested in. Apparently, the Rebel meta list is running Han and Luke on Tauntauns, which I hate. I think I'm glad that Tauntauns are in the game. That's pretty fun, and I don't dislike the fact that they're on there. But the fact that they're so good that it means, like, are you trying to play, like, an indoor-themed army? Fuck you, Tauntauns. I'm like, I hate that. I hate that so much. I chafe constantly between, like, I want a game that's competent and fun and well-designed, and also I want something that's, like, narratively satisfying. And those typically sit on opposite poles pretty much all the time. It's the worst. They have yeah, I've heard that the new TCG is, like, I've heard it's basically like Star Wars EDH, but there's like a bit better game design and stuff going on there. Yeah, like, I mean, the fact that there are like generic Tauntaun riders, chef's kiss, great, excellent. As a rebel guy, or potentially a rebel guy, I don't know if I'd ever get those because I like the idea of doing more like foresty rebel guys. But those are cool. I just don't like the idea that it's like, oh yeah, no, if you want to compete, if you want to take this game seriously, you got to run Hauntaun. I'm like, I don't want to. At least Ewoks are still Ewoks at the end of the day. So you doing good, so you doing you particles on day. You cardboard crack too. No, that's fair. The only cardboard crack I do is Magic, and the only reason I do Magic is because I have like a group of friends I meet with typically every Wednesday. It's been kind of spottier recently-ish, but that's fine. But yeah, that's the only reason I do. Like, once again, if my group was like, hey, let's play war games instead, I'd be like, oh fuck yes, let's go. Especially because like the more Magic is released, the more I'm just like the new sets I care. I mean, the sets they announced for next year seem kind of neat, but like, God, fucking Marvel sets and Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle sets, Spider-Man sets, and fucking the Hobbit set looks kind of neat, but also there's like, they've only been showing box toppers being spoiled recently, and I don't give a shit about box toppers. God damn, stop it, cut this shit out. Yeah, no, that's a good way to do that. Just being open to play the game, but not open to buy the cards. I think that's fair. Well, speaking of fun narrative stuff too, hold on, let me get a little bit on here. I found another good picture of my dudes at that big Bad Up War event I was a part of recently-ish. Pretty neat. Yeah, someone took a picture. It's hard because a lot of those pictures are like very doxing, but it's like, hey, there we go. You gotta see my lads. Everybody tended to paint pretty bright, so the fact that my guys were like really grim on the table was kind of a mismatch, but they look good, so I can't complain too much, you know. Like the end result is still very good, so I'm very happy with them. And yeah, that project is done for a while. Minotaurs, baby. So initially, and I still like them, don't get me wrong. Initially for 40k, like newer stuff, I was playing Minotaurs. Also, Obsidian Histfire. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the workshop. How you doing? Oh, you're spinning. You're gonna fit right the fuck in. So I like painting Minotaurs. I think they're a fun chapter. But yeah, when I decided to switch to Rust Vultures, I've actually been taking a lot of my old, like, if it's finished, I won't change it. Like, I got, like, the Leviathan Dreadnought was painted, and I'm very likely to, like, unpaint that. How you doing, Big Gun? How you doing? But, like those, like, the Infernus Squad, and, like, some of the just, like, the regular Veteran Stern Guard, not the flying ones. Those were painted, but not completed. So I was like, oh, those guys can be Rust Vultures now. Such is life. Such is the way of things. But I was like, well, the event was a 15mm Bad Up War recreation, and it was like, well, my recipe for Minotaurs is incredibly quick. It's just like a Warplock Bronze or Warplock Bronze equivalent, like rough iron. Rough iron? Yeah, you could like rough iron and then dry brush it with a gold, and then you're basically good to go. Yeah, meat spin. Let's go. I know Meat recently has played that one like seventh cross game, which I've also like had my eyes on, where it's like a Dreamcast Spore kinda. The Dreamcast is such a fascinating console. There's like so much just like weird, crazy apeshit that goes on with the Dreamcast. I have barely touched that game library, but like I enjoyed Illbleed, which is why I'm going to be playing D2 on Thursday, which I'm pretty excited about. Also, check this out. In the intersection between Magic and Dreamcast, the Dreamcast exclusive Magic the Gathering game recently got translated. And the translator was like, hey, I didn't use AI for the translation. This is all me. Also, I use like Scryfall and stuff. Scryfall is like a Magic card database. Like that's, that's totally great. That's a good resource to use. And I was like, oh, thank God, this isn't going to be Popotan 2. I was so ready. Yeah, basically. Because, like, the weird thing is that, like, prior to, I would say, 8th edition, a lot of the actual age of 40k was pretty nebulous. Like, ostensibly, it was set, like, there's, like, a technically, like, canonical time frame. But you could still use your models, because, like, everybody was, like, roughly the same scale and roughly the same, like, marks of armor and same gear. So you could just take your dudes into a historicals game, so that's why you would get like the old like Forge World books, because they would have like whole on like campaigns and lore and battles and unique units and like special stuff like that, which is very, very cool and kind of exists, but not really in the same degree these days. That's just unfortunately how it is. But now, because the setting is advanced, it feels doubly so. And honestly, a lot of Heresy stuff is also basically Warhammer historicals. They've never confirmed this, and I would not, like, this is one of those things that, like, I feel like it's something that just people speculate, and I don't have any evidence for this, but it's something that I think would make sense. Would just, like, by the time Horus Heresy 4th edition rolls around, just go whole hog and just be like, yo, this is basically just the Age of Darkness. This is just how we do everything pre-8th edition. Because, like, at some point they're going to run out of, like, every edition they, like, you know, they remake a lot of the generic models. They give you, like, the basic weapon options since, like, 2nd and 3rd edition Horus Heresy. And at some point they're going to run out. They've already basically ran out of every mark to update that's not Mark 5. And Mark 5 was specifically the, fuck it, we're running out of resources mark. Like, you could release a Mark 5 kit and it would be really cool and I would like one. But it's not really quite the same thing as, like, redoing the Mark 4s got redone recently, and they look very nice. The Mark 4s do look very nice. I do quite enjoy them. I have too many old school Mark 4s though, so I don't have, like, a strong desire to go and buy a bunch of new ones. But they're cool though. It's one of those things that something just, like, fell on my lap. I'd be like, ooh, goody, 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 goody. But yeah, but now effectively it does really much feel it's like that. It does very much feel like it's a Warhammer Historicals, because just, like, the game has changed so much between when that Ab Forge World book. Actually, hold on, when did that come out? Because it was, like, hinted at in the lore for a while. Like Huron Blackheart. It's Huron Blackheart. I always forget his last name. Yeah, Huron Blackheart has been around the books for fucking forever. But yeah, when did the original Black book come out for the Imperial Armor? Let's see, volume 10. See if I can do a little. Sometimes Googling information is very tricky. Alright, see also sources. Imperial Armor Volume 9, The Bad Ab War Part 1 came out in October 2010. So, depending on your age, if you're, like, an illegal adult, you were at minimum, like, pretty young. 18, so yeah, 16. Yeah, if you were 2 when that book came out, you can, like, be legally an adult, which is crazy. It's just how it'd be, you know, passage of time and whatnot. But, like accurate that. An illegal adult. I mean, yeah, fair. An illegal adult is a 17-year-old. They're not an adult, so that's illegal. Man, also banned from my streams because I don't want to babysit. Well, yeah, it's like, and, like, people like those because, like, they're, like, pretty, like, Forge World has a. How you doing, Linguini? How you doing? Like, Forge World has a very distinct style too, where it's like they kind of treat it. They, like, some of the people did that was, like, very much wrote it more kind of like war documentary style, and you get a lot more, like, the fact that the Bad Ab War had a bunch of people who were up at that point nobodies. Like, the Minotaurs were around because they were just kind of like a cursed. They were like a really old color scheme that looked like shit, and they were kind of mentioned as being part of the curse founding. But I don't think they really got, like, the full, like, glow up until that book. And I'm like, listen, it makes me feel old too. It's also, I fucking hate it because, like, you know what? I was in high school when that was written. I would have loved that shit. I was like an adult. I was old enough that I could have comprehended how that works. But Warhammer just did not exist in the small town I grew up in. D&D didn't even really exist during 3rd edition. I had to run that shit. I was the nexus for an entire, basically, group of high schoolers. My town was so small that, like, were other people running D&D? Maybe, but, like, I never heard about it. And I would have. Which is just how it was back then. Did the internet exist? No, I had to bang two rocks together and hope that the sparks alerted the people on the other side. No, we had internet, but like, I mention this a lot that I'm in a weird spot for like internet deep lore. My family lived in a small rural town and were like relatively bouncing back and forth between middle class and pretty poor. How you doing, Nintendo? How you doing? So we just didn't have like steady internet for many years. And because of that, I never really got like I couldn't go into like something awful or like you really get into early Homestar Runner or just like Neopets was a thing that I was aware of and played. But like I played Neopets on library computers, and every single time my pets were like nearly starved to death because I didn't have consistent internet access. So like a lot of people are like, how I can't believe you didn't play like Diablo when it was new. And it's like, I would have liked to, motherfuckers. The people aren't being mean, to be fair about that. I am the correct demographic and age and everything to do a lot of that shit. Just because of circumstances I missed out. So yeah, I didn't learn about 40K existing as a thing until 2008 when I discovered TG, mostly on accident. And I'm gonna be real, I don't think TG, the thing is, even on TG, I was like, oh, well, 40K is too expensive. I have no monies, and I'm mostly interested in TRPGs, so I'll just let everybody do their own shit in there. I think now I feel like if you're starting in later, you might just go Diablo 2, maybe. Don't quote me on that one. It's like I know a lot of fellow hags that are really into Diablo and Diablo 2 and whatnot. And like I can't rule out the fact, like, I think I mentioned before that I'm really weak to games with like a very specific like checklist progression. I think finally, like, my Slay the Spire might be cured for a bit because Powerworld has this fucking talons into me. And it's just got like a very nice, oh, go here, do this. Oh, build this thing. Oh, you found the thing, build this. Like, I was like, ooh, okay, I found a supply drop and I got me some cool heat-resistant metal armor. All right, I'm going to build that. And that needs this, and I can set this up. It flows really well for, like, stuff like that. I like, the pals are cool. And I know once I get access to tools to really manipulate the pals, and like, they're going to be a way bigger deal. But it's also I've never been exposed to like proper base building autism. Like, I've played games where that exists. Like, I've played Forest with people. I've played 7 Days to Die. But in both of those, it was mostly me punching shit. Punching shit and eating questionable things, you know? Oh yeah, I think there's an N64 port of Diablo as well. Maybe. I do know that there's an N64 port of StarCraft, which is bizarre, and people keep modding that to this day for reasons I don't fully understand. But sometimes when you're like really good at dev work and that's your passion, you could just do weird shit. How you doing, Charlie? How you doing? How you doing? Yeah. Yeah, the weird thing is, like, my adopted parents didn't stop me from being on the internet because they didn't really understand it. So, like, I didn't even get the, like, oh, you gotta watch out being on the internet. I did not even get the obligatory that, like, the internet's filled with dangerous, scary people and watch who you talk to. I learned that lesson on my own, not out of, like, bad experiences, but just because, like, I would lurk. I've been a lurker from day one, and I was like, oh, I'm in a new space, I need to learn the customs. I need to learn the customs of where I'm at so I know how to behave. And that's a methodology I've tried to do generally in every place I've ever existed on the internet. That's not like they sent me, but like a lot of times I'll play with people who are like really into the base building. It's like, I need everybody to, like, you know, I want all my stuff to be organized. It's very much like I am very much a function over form guy. I can explain what my Powerworld base looks like. Beds for pals, like resource generation bullshit, and then like 2 lines of chests and like building items. It is ugly as shit, but it's very functional and it's very easy for me to find things. But I'll play with people that are like, oh no, I gotta do like you know, all the bases have to look just right, and you know, everything needs to be in specific spots. Like, oh no, that's like not aesthetic that you put that there. So it's also been kind of funny because, like, just going on my own, I can just fully unleash the beast. I'm just like my base. Honestly, that's how I live my like that. My workshop is built like that. My workshop is ugly as shit. I can't really do those like aesthetic like, yo, I'm a mini painting guy and here's my beautiful like shelves and glass cases and like nice looking things for my YouTube thumbnail. That doesn't fucking work for me. It's not how my brain works. I got the lump. I got the piles. I got whatever I need to do to make sure stuff happens. And that's it, you know? Yeah, I missed out, I missed out on a bunch. I missed out like early blog culture. Yeah, that like now I do now. It's so weird that like in the year of our Lord 2026, I actively follow more blogs and watch more movies in theaters than I have probably in like a while. When both are technically kind of on the decline, it's just funny how that works. I think inherently I am very like retro minded for things. Not in the like oh I got this iPad or iPod because it's like, you know, retro chic and trendy, but it's like no, there's like a lot of older things that I think had like good lessons and ideas, and like it sucks that they've been abandoned for new flashy, but whatever. I will still enjoy them. Yeah, no, exactly. Anytime I work in an area or even like play cards in an area, my general vicinity becomes a fucking mess. Like back when I was more active of a Magic player, like if I lived with you, my cards became like a creeping kudzu that leaked out of my room and would just take over shelves. The fact that it's not like this anymore is not because I've gotten better. It's because like that level of just like crazy overextending my card space doesn't really appeal to me like crazy overextending my workshop space, you know? Yeah, it's like exactly same. Like I would hear about D&D through like weird secondhand pop culture references. I remember wanting to learn D&D because I was effectively an alpha nerd. A sentence that you should make fun of me for, but that was sort of my thought. Like, I'm a pretty dorky guy. I like what's it called? How you doing, Aubrey? How you doing? I was like, oh, I like fantasy things, and I like video games, and I like computers. It's only logical that I check out the greatest game of all time, the Dungeons and the Dragons, and I did. And I had a lot of fun, to be fair. I was absolutely the right audience for that. Like, thank you for the nerd glasses that I need that. Yeah. The tricky thing is, like, I have a weakness that, like, recently my Magic decks have really caught the brunt of that, is that, like, and I don't know if it's like an actual medical condition or just I've fried my own brain just being on the webs. But like for Magic decks, I have a way more fun time thinking of cool Magic decks. And like once I start to actually acquire the cards and need to like organize everything and get the deck built, I'm significantly less interested. It's something that plagues basically most of my long-term projects, where it's like I'll have an idea for the project, I'll think about it, I'll plan it out, and then like my brain releases the serotonin and I'm like, oh fuck. Oh no, it's done. It's done mentally, you know? I don't know. To be fair, these guys are normal. Like if you look at the back, those are the smaller shields they normally get. These are the bigger. Like I grafted these shields on to make them more impressive. The tibia. I don't even know what the fuck tibia is. Yeah. I forget by the time I played the Forest, it was with the former iteration of Dead Dog Eerie. It was kind of like an early collab sort of thing to play that, and I think it was finished by that point. I'm a brewer, yeah, but it's like but it's in general though. I have this issue, and I'm still working my way through my current YouTube video. You know, like the model that I need to film for that's almost done. It's been a bigger project, but it's like, it's so easy for me to think of an idea for a video and then just like instantly my brain is like, here's the good chemicals, you're done now. And I'm like, wait, no, I need that motivation. Oh, okay. I'll just think of a new thing instead. And it's the worst because that just means things from like, there are like, to be fair, I don't have like the worst version of this. Do you know people who have fake wikis? There's like a place called like the Nintendo Fan Wiki. And somebody will just post like Super Mario versus SpongeBob, and they'll write like it's real, and they'll just do like 30 pages over a game that doesn't exist. Oh yeah, you can ask me a VTuber question. I'm fucking down for that. Get that on. Do I need to bust out the keys? Yeah, give me a quick sec. There's like a little bit under the armpit that I gotta get my schnoz up in there so I can touch it up. So do not mind. Enjoy the keys, everybody. They jingle and they jangle. But yeah, because like I was fascinated by, so the Dozer Fleet guy in particular is a guy who owns his own self-hosted wiki with his own projects. And like he'll write out like a thing he thought of in community college with like the same reverence of like a long-running, beautiful, finished TV series. I wonder if that guy still got stuff going on. Hold on. It's been a while since I checked on Dozer. Dozer Fleet Productions. Because this guy writes so much about his own fake works. Oh no. Oh no, is this... I didn't even consider this. Oh, it got him too. Okay. So, for context, Dozer Fleet is a guy who will write fake Wikipedia articles on things that don't exist that are longer than several wars. Your acquisition symbol. That might be it too. How's how you doing, Golem? How you doing? Is a thing. It's you know, it's what it is. It's what it is. Oh no, but I'm not surprised. Like I'm scrolling down for context for. I'm gonna pause this real quick. I'm gonna pause the music. I'm not gonna. Okay. The Anartech Top of the World official coloring book is an abridged version of Anartech Top of the World that began being explored for creation in late June of 2025. It contains 93 coloring sheets, and yada 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 yada. So he then, for the production on there, after scrolling like a million times, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7-ish paragraphs just for the production of a thing that's not real. And then also a rating system, including explaining the fact that nudity exists and war violence in the coloring book and sex trafficking. And there's a trivia page for this. And this... What do you mean Dozer Fleet Bookstore? I don't think you can buy books from this mother... Okay, he's actually started releasing things now, which is weird. But I know why. I know why he started... This guy used to never actually have anything real. Because he's into AI now. Oh my god, it's... I'm less disappointed in him than the spirit science guy getting into AI. Because this does not surprise me at all. This guy, and like this is one of those interesting things where to technically, by sheer volume, this guy has written more lore than most actual books, but they're not actual books. They're not real. They're not real. Like I'm pretty sure that there is like this coloring book for a setting. I don't think that actually exists. This text is incomplete or pending. Motherfucker, he's writing a basically a superhero series that doesn't... He's got a synopsis section for this superhero story that doesn't exist. And it's just all AI now. The fact that this guy's got this like long history of just making the most insane horseshit that's not real is now exacerbated because he can prompt it. Like, it's kind of a... Hold on. Let's enhance. What the fuck's going on with your hand, buddy? The fuck's going on with that? He's got a loose wiggler back there. Also, like, SS Krampus and the hockey mask fucking plague doctor. Werewolf but what if werewolf was white? Yeah. The funny thing about these kind of people too. What's how you doing, Lawrence? How you doing? Yeah, it's like that kind of person like is entranced by AI making their quote unquote dreams real. But there's also like no quality control either, which makes it extra insane. You're like, oh yeah, here's my crazy nonsense story that doesn't exist. God, it's kind of amazing. And like, does he still have Trapezoid Kids up? Hold on. I know way too much about this guy because I'm fascinated. Where it's like he doesn't make things and then he makes things. Trapezoid Kids is approximately maybe a solid 5 to 6 pages of paragraphs for the Trapezoid Kids. And I need to show you what that looks like. And this has soul because he made this like, oh god, when did he make Trapezoid? Hold on, I'm gonna put this on the screen real quick. Sorry, I'm just living with the fact that these recent painting streams have been very tangent heavy, and I don't care. I'm gonna inflict knowledge upon you all. It's happening. So here's the Trapezoid Kids. This is a Trapezoid Kids. The Trapezoid Kids was a shell. I'm going to read the first paragraph verbatim with no changes. The Trapezoid Kids movie is a shelved animation motion picture by Dozer Fleet Studios. It was proposed in October of 2003. Vivendi exploited the titular Trapezoid Kids and their early attempts to learn self-control, the right reasons for actions, and to find a family. Originally going to be part of a TV series, their continuity was truncated to make them part of the Drometoverse, along with Camelorm Adventures and Grilltan Diner. Inspirations include Problem Child 2, Lilo and Stitch, South Park, Alvin the Chipmunks, Adventures of Sonic Hedgehog, and the Animaniacs. Yeah, you will notice that the Trapezoid Kids are not trapezoids. That'll be like an immediate thing that you'll realize. But like, oh no, I'm not. Let's just say I'm enjoying the tangents, and I'm not going to stop. I'm just letting you know. You know, I'm going to remove the fucking AI slop off here, but I will leave the Trapezoid Kids because they're beautiful. The green one. The green one's me. If anyone wants to draw Trapezoid Kids HAL fan art, I don't know what would lead you down such a dark path, but sure. This is yeah, no, fucking My Little Pony's getting a new series, and that's real with actual artists and stuff. Also, apparently they're like cutting some of the horses, but apparently that's like a reoccurring thing that every couple. I never got into My Little Pony. It's not my thing. I don't hate that other people enjoy it. I'm just whatever. But yeah, like for context, this guy has been doing this since like 2000s. 2003 was when the Trapezoid Kids happened, right? And it's like, he's been in this weird state of quasi-creation ever since. Just writing wiki pages and removing wiki pages and like updating them and combining them into different universes, you know? It's fascinating. I find it super fascinating as like my usual bit of like weirdos who have like crazy passion behind it. But now we're getting this weird thing where my favorite. This is the most first world problem to ever exist. I'm like, man, I hate that my favorite online schizophrenics are like getting in with AI because now the soul of their schizophrenia is gone. Like the fact that this guy would just like if Trapezoid Kids was made now, he would just AI it and then it would exist, but in like this weird deformed AI state. Like, do you guys see what I said? Like, I sound insane when I mention this, but there is, like, effectively, outsider art is being killed by AI, and, like, no, like, trendy San Francisco newspaper is going to mention this. For good reason, too, mind you. This is such a minor issue in the grand scheme of things, compared to, like, you know, like, war and hunger and, like, people's rights being violated and, like, data centers polluting towns and raising the price of electricity and stuff like that. There's way more, like, legitimate reasons to gripe at it. But it's like, man. Oh, yeah, no, that's a great, like, I need an airbell. Yeah, no, a lot of places. A lot of places, unironically, are like there's a couple, there's like small mom and pop restaurants near me that are open up there using just gigantic AI slot banners. I hate them. It really has, Steve. It really has. Okay, Pippa. I guess I don't know Pippa's stance on crazy outsider art, but you know what? I'll stand by her. If she's also pro fun online, like crazy people making art handmade and not doing it fucking AI style, I'm very on board. Like it's like yeah, like Henry Darger or like what's this other guy? Hold on, there's another dude that I find very fascinating, but I never remember his name. To be fair, Henry Darger got a very beautiful documentary, and this guy did not. He had good YouTube videos. Let's see. Yes, James Hampton, the throne of the third heaven of the nation's Millennium General Assembly. This was, I believe, this guy was a janitor, and what he did is he just like he's like a janitor. He's like some sort of service worker. What he would do is that he would like go home from his day job, or he didn't even really go home. He slept somewhere, but he would collect trash he just found during the day. And look what he did. Like apparently this is a museum now, and they struggled to keep it no offense to him, it was made with shoddy materials. But like, look at this. Like, I think there was like some people interviewed who were like, I stepped into this like little like unassuming storage unit, and it's like I felt like the presence of God. And like, look at this. It's like you can see like the little museum plinth there. And like this like when like, you know, people say masterpiece a lot, but like the idea of like this is his life's work. This is what he was like effectively born to do in his own mind. And it's like man, that's genuinely really cool. And it's like when I call it outsider art, that's not an insult. That is art made by someone like way outside the system. Who like, oh God, Lana, don't bring the idea that Chris Chan might be using AI. I hope not. That would truly be the darkest of times. Make her fake. Oh, okay. Yeah, I do remember the flavor stuff. I think I'm followed by. I don't think she's VTubes anymore, but that like Serena Bonbon, there was like the bear who did DIY stuff. I was like, oh, we have like a niche overlap. Hell yeah, let's go. Yeah, I mean, I'm somebody who has a soft spot for neglected items. It's why I have a really like bad habit of picking up used models, because I find something neat about bringing the vision of like somebody's like discarded little dude who had, you know, it sounds really weird and like maybe overly anthropomorphizing to be like, oh yes, this unpainted space marine, he had hopes and dreams. But like there is kind of like a weird sort of karmic version of like the purpose of this tool was not fulfilled. I'm gonna take him home and I'm gonna make him a horrible, a horrible little creature, and it's gonna be great. And like, you know, mind you, I don't always do that. Like I don't always finish those little projects, and sometimes those just also pile up. Don't know, use the dead flies. Oh yeah, people. Yeah, there's I don't know about that, but there's a trend for a while of Japanese people using like cicadas and lobsters for like really bitchin' figures and stuff like that. Well, if anything Legion of Everblight's in there, you legally have to paint it. I'm sorry. You have to do that. If it's Legion of Everbright specifically. If you're doing like trolls, you're safe. Yeah, but it's like I find like quote unquote found materials really charming. But also I agree with Pippa, because like on one hand, calling them schizophrenics online is you know, it is demeaning and it is horrible. So I totally understand if that ever get blowback for that. But like also too, Ouroboros is pretty. Signar's fine. Signar's fine not 10, but Ouroboros, fuck yeah, let's go. But there were like interesting, insane people for many years. So like you would go to like really niche personal websites, and you would find like a woman who's just like into nothing but just like crystals and whatnot, but like in like a very fun way. Those kind of like, oh yeah, like oh, I talked to Bigfoot, and Bigfoot is a trans-dimensional vibration or energy creature who's here to help us ascend and truly become one. And I love shit like that. I find shit like that really fascinating. The modern internet is kind of designed to chew those people up and make them insane. I do wonder how many like well-meaning like internet weirdos were like, you know, I'm somebody who I like to consider to be mentally sound despite being a VTuber. But like, you know, there are mechanisms of like endless scroll and like constant dopamine hits that like probably haven't done great for my brain. But like, you know, those people that just like now just get into Twitter arguments all the time. No, I don't think it strips the mask from them. I think it like turns them into like Strogg, like Quake 4 style, where it like rips out the fun, unique humanity bits and replaces it with like cold, murderous hate. I think sometimes you could see those people just be like left to like flourish their own little communities as their own little thing. Stuff like that. Ladder of Rabbit Hole. Yeah, like those kind of people. Yeah. The Kuko Dama. I feel like I've seen that name before. I feel like you've mentioned that name and I'm blanking on what the fuck that is. Totally blanking. Let's see. Because she's a contrarian. But yeah, but she is. Yeah, no, that tracks. Sometimes it's tricky too, because like sometimes being a contrarian could also just mean like you don't fit into a neat little box. I know sometimes she got like shit for being like, I don't know, that's like one way or another politically. I don't know her super well though, to be fair though. Let's see. Yeah, that thing from fucking Disco. My bad. I hate the fact that I played Disco and I forget little moments like that. This is like one of those things that drives me nuts, where I know objectively that like streaming video games in a certain way means that I will never really get like the true memory of the experience in a weird way. I wouldn't trade what I do out at all. Don't get me wrong. Once again, I could, if I wanted to play Disco on my own for a second go, I can, and maybe someday I will. But it's like I forget like names like that off the top of my head. No, I don't know. I still don't think it's a money part necessarily. I just do think that like some systems that are designed for engagement just will constantly drip feed them agitation in a way that does make them more susceptible to being targeted. Not even like a big government thing or whatever, but I mean like targeted by like, yeah, you, because like there are a not significant number of like crystal ladies who got like weaponized into like militant anti-vaxxers. Not that DNA doesn't exist within like that kind of like, there is a certain level of eating granola that will eventually make you fascist in a very strange way. It doesn't sound like that should be a thing, but sometimes that does happen, you know? But yeah, but that does tend to happen. And sometimes those people will get online in like a space where they just get that like really crank the fuck up. Mila's Vtuber, she's also straight up 4-period personality. Oh, gotcha. I mean, that's fair. What about crunchy granola with chocolate? Chocolate's what keeps you grounded. No, that's safe. That's safe. You got to have the chocolate in your granola to remain level and steady. Why did I? Some of the angles on this motherfucker. Luckily, I don't think a lot of this is going to be super visible most of the time. So like, I don't even think a key can do that. I like the jingling keys would even really let me get in there. The problem is that like I usually do sub-assemblies, but push fits are kind of weird because of the way they're constructed, where it's like, oh yeah, if you don't glue this in there, you're just gonna have this like weird, crazy, like nonsensical open hole, and that kind of stuff is really hard to deal with. So ironically, I find easy to build more difficult to paint. And like maybe I could have like glued it and then cut off the arms in like a very strange way. That probably would have been the move actually, but it's hard to do. For heresy, oh no, word bearers, 100%. I have heresy era word bearers. If you check my Instagram, it's been a while since I've done any, but I've done some recently. Oh yeah, hold on, let me see. I think it's actually been a while by this point, but if you look in there, you can find my Saturnine Praetor with like a big fuck off demon ray on there. Yeah, word bearer sweep, let's go. Sons of Lorgar stay winning every day. Every single day. Little bullshits. Both of those are good choices. I do like Death Guard. I was a 40k Death Guard enjoyer. I still am. I painted Plague Marines yesterday. Not by yesterday, I mean on Sunday. I prefer Gal Vorback out of the two, but I do eventually, and I've painted some Possessed before. I eventually do want to do both though. I would not like. I mean, I made my own Gal Vorback out of Possessed because I just wanted to make like the lesser ones, but I think Forge. I think like the Forge World Word Bearer stuff is really cool, but it's really expensive. So I don't think I'm realistically ever going to buy any unless I became like crazy wealthy. I guess if that makes any sense. The dweeb. Yeah, exactly. It's great. It's great. Lorgar is a massive dweeb, and it makes me immune to slander and online arguments. Like, huh, your Primarch is a failure and a weenie, and he's got self-esteem issues. Like, yeah, isn't it great? Isn't he a good character? I love Helm as a character. Isn't that wonderful? Isn't that great? Enjoyer of the Lion, circa the Heresy. Don't you love when a character has a character too? Oh no, oh not really. Oh, you don't know that feeling? I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Don't worry, he'll get character development in 10th edition though. I can drop the cruelest of slander upon them. That'd be great. Yeah, and they can't argue back to that because that would require for them to read a book, and I have read several, thus making me the victor. To be fair, I haven't read any. I'm sure the Dark Angel books aren't terrible. I just haven't read any. There's only 1,040,000 books. Oh yeah, I mean he did win in the end too. But I like that he's had issues. I like that he has flaws. I like that he's seeking truth, even though the truth is horrible and cosmic and turning everybody into delicious chaos meat. You know. How you doing, Bird? How you doing? Welcome. We're talking about how Lorgar is the best Primarch. And if you say otherwise, you're wrong. And if you say otherwise, you got to read your Primarch's book. You got to do it. You got to do it. You have to do it to be on equal footing. Speaking of equal footing, actually, this is not a good transition at all. Ad break time. Yippee! See you guys in 3 minutes. Wow. Wow, we're back. Welcome back, everybody. Welcome. Oh, sushi sounds good right now. Speaking about food, though, I do need to show this. Cersei made the Lauganma grilled cheese. And it looks fucking delicious. I still want to make one myself. I want to try her suggestion of using Gouda as the cheese base. But I'm like, man, this is crazy town good. Looks so good. Let's put a little dish right in front of the hellbud. You know, bone apple teeth, everyone. What else did I miss? Word Bear said, oh yeah. I didn't play super far in Rogue Trader, but I do remember at one point where it's just like one of them Kool-Aid Man's out of a box. I'm like, oh shit. Word Bears are in this? Fuck yeah, let's go. My boys, they're back in town. I actually don't remember if I don't actually think they were my boys yet at the time, though. In the grand scheme of things, me finding out that like Word Bears are my jam is kind of like relatively new. I say that, but even then, maybe it's just been a while since I played Rogue Trader. I think that's more likely it, really. Oh, sorry, I was just showing off the Lauganma grilled cheese. If you didn't catch that earlier, but did not mean to spook you. I was just very happy to see it become real, and I've not gotten a chance to get groceries this week, but when I do want to try your Gouda suggestion. Feel free not to continue to be perceived if you wish. Oh, good. Back to crafting couch. That's a mood. That is a mood. Like the allure of cozy versus the allure of getting stuff done is powerful. How you doing, 14? How you doing? I am working on the lads. My goal for today, and what's been sort of like my goal for a lot of this, is I want these guys to be able to sit on their bases. At the very least. Also, I gotta stop doing... So, like, when I did this, it mostly fit, but, like, now there's, like, little rock gaps that I need to fix. I do think bacon would be good, too, but I wonder, like... I do feel like there's a threshold that if you put too much stuff on a grilled cheese, it's no longer a grilled cheese. It's just, like, a really good, nice sandwich. Which is, like, not a dilemma, really, in the grand scheme of things, but it's like, I gotta keep it pure. I gotta have it pure first. I guess grilled cheese with bacon isn't like unique or anything, but I don't know. There's sandwich thresholds you gotta be careful about. Look at what you guys got going on. Oh, let's get some brown. With the hassle of parking now. Ooh, let's go. Cheese haggis and chili jam. I'd try that, but haggis is just not really available super much where I'm at. To be fair, though, I guess I haven't gone looking for haggis. There's a lot of, like, local things that I'm not aware of. Like, I have some of my other friends who live locally, and they're like, oh, yeah, did you know there's, like, 8 arcades? I'm like, what? Apparently, there's just, like, a million billion. Yeah, at some point it becomes panini, and if I don't have a press, like, what's the point? Real haggis is illegal in America. That's fucked up. This is truly... I almost said this is truly 9/11. No, wrong date. This is truly 1984. But yeah, I guess if I ever travel across the pond, I'll definitely try to get some. I don't know when the fuck that's gonna be. Especially like I gotta like... I know I'm doing a Dice Fest, and I don't think I'm gonna go anywhere else this year. I do feel like next year though I gotta try to make... I feel like I gotta try to make off-Kaya thing. I feel like I gotta, like, deepen my jelly bones. Also, apparently it's gonna be in April this time, which I assume is a concession so people stop fucking, like, dying of heat stroke. I don't think anyone's actually died, but, like, I don't think anyone's having a good time in Cali in summer weather. Yeah, the Orwellian date of 9/11. Oh yeah, so you're saying it's more like a ratio thing. There we go. Sir, another haggis is at the towers. Red Leicester. I'm going to admit, I've never experimented with nice cheese for a grilled cheese. I did have a charcuterie board phase where I was just like getting nicer cheeses and nicer crackers and like making my own and stuff like that. But I've never actually, like, when it comes to grilled cheese, it's straight up like I've just had craft singles. Because that's just what grilled cheese were like growing up. Or if I was really fancy, if we had like sliced like pepper jack. but not like nice pepper jack, like deli sliced pepper jack, which is fine. Don't get me wrong. I'm not hating on deli cheese, but like, you know, very different experience. Yeah, we'll find out. I need to make it to Under the Dice Fest before everything explodes at the very least. At the very least. And then I would also potentially like to make it to MagFest and, you know, maybe keep that cycle going forever until I die. Maybe just keep having fun and keep going places until the Heat Death of the Universe would be cool, actually. They have like a couple little leather pouches. Not like a crazy amount. Like I get those. Like I get the little doublets. Like I get the purity seals. Like I get the joint meat, I guess. Yeah, that was pretty good. It was pretty, because like for some reason I forget why my house had so much pepper jack. I think that's the thing. Like I lived with my uncle for a while, and I think we just used to eat like real bachelor style. So there was a lot of fucking like just weird cheese and ramen shit in the house. The bag has a smiley face. Is it real? Oh yeah, it's got like a little bucktooth grin. It's got like the fucking like Newgrounds, like not Newgrounds, what the like the Block Theater, the one that's Stamper. Block Theater, the one that's Stamper. I said that in like probably the dumbest way I've ever said anything. Battle Block Theater, thank you. There we go. It's like Battle Block Theater guy, but with like bucker teeth. Which is really funny. I wonder what Stamper's. This is gonna make me sound really stupid. Stamper's Jax, right? Stamper plays Jax in Digital Circus, right? If not, I'm gonna be really confused because that's what I assumed. But I guess I never really looked into any of the VAs for that. But, I mean, to be fair, it does seem like a lot of like VTubers, like not VTubers, go there to like meet other fans and do like little like meet and greets and get shitloads of merch. Oh my god! Like something I guess I didn't really process into. Maybe this is just like a new thing, where it's just like everybody's coming back with like loads and loads of indie VTuber merch, which I'm like, this is really rad. Because when I say indie VTuber merch, you assume like a big corpo thing, but no, it's like a bunch of like small artists and artist alleys making their own little like keychains and sandies and stuff. It drive me fucking nuts. Please, who plays Jax's VA? Hold on. That's not Stamper. No shit. It can't be Stamper. He has hair. Also, he's only 31. Wow. There we go. It's like it's all crazy. I need to inform you. People who are eating craft cheese knows it's not like real cheese. It's like saying wrestling's fake. Like we're all aware of it. We're all fair of it. No, Stamper. I don't think Stamper was in prison. Shagman was in prison for a crime that I don't remember, but he was in prison, and I think he got out, and I think he's back to drawing Belle Delphine or whatever the fuck. That one lady who was famous for a while for porn, I guess, and then is still around. Is she still around? Maybe. But yeah, no. We listen. We know. Everybody's aware. Like here's the thing. Like, I know that American singles aren't real cheese, but if you take a burger and you put a Kraft single on there, it's gonna be good. I'm going to like it, you know? I think both are true. I think that's probably both true, where he was like been couch surfing, living with people, and I do think he was in jail, for like assault for a while. Stamper, I know he was having like weird drug issues for a bit, and it's really weird talking about like him like that. Like I was like, oh yeah, that guy I know. No, it's just like I actively followed Sleepy Cabin for a while and I stopped. Yeah, that because I do think, and this is maybe this is like a like. Because like Belle Delphine's weird, where she's a person who's on the internet, but she's not an internet person. Okay, here's the better idea. Belle Delphine is somebody who does porn, but she's not a pervert. she doesn't really truly understand the art of the tease. Some of that might have also been that like she was running out of relevancy, was just going to do whatever it took, and she thought that like actually like showing sex was going to get you there. Like, you know, more power to her. But like the power of the tease can do so much. And it's like if you lose that, the magic is gone, because you can it's like a scary monster in a scary movie. Where it's like, yeah, you could show the monster and it'll look pretty cool. But there's like the prior part where you don't know what the monster exactly looks like. And it's like hiding in the shadows and being weird. Like that there's the spicy magic to there. I didn't know anything about her boyfriend, so that's unfortunate though. So no, that can't be right. No, fuck off. Stamper can't be 31. What are you talking about? No, it says Stamper was born in 1983. No, he's fine. He's fine. Yeah, exactly, Arabelle. Or it's like spicy lingerie, especially like you get the ones that like the like, you know, it buckles onto the legs and into the socks. And stockings, there we go. For some reason I lost the ability to communicate things. Yeah, and I think like she was tapping into that for a while, but just did not realize the power of what she was doing. And then like once the mystique, once the eroticism's gone, and it's just down the porn, well, the internet is filled with porn, and you can be replaced immediately. Because there are people who will go all the way, and like this isn't even no, there's another guy, the guy who I thought was Stamper, the guy who plays Jax's VA, who is not Stamper, that guy's 31. That guy's 31. And like there's nothing wrong with making porn on the internet, but like it is a craft. There's a reason why everybody's not doing it. Also, you know, social stigma and whatnot. But like, yeah, no, it's like, if Belle Delphine had to compete with like people who made it their living, or like even their hobby even, who like really knew their shit, there's no way she could have won. It didn't really work. So on point. It really is. I mean, there's the act of like, here's the thing. And this is like pretty common with legitimately everything in life. Where it's like the thing that you imagine in your head is pretty much going to be better than whatever the thing that's going to exist in a actual solidified state. Like, you know, like, oh, I read the book and then like the movie was all right, but the book was better. And like, you know, sometimes that's like a pacing issue, or like the budget was too low. But sometimes like, oh, I imagined this character with like black hair and now they have blonde hair. That's weird. And there's nothing like, you know, a movie could be perfect. They could do literally everything right with the movie. But like that little bit will never be as good as it is in your head because you imagine the thing you enjoyed for that. And that just just didn't carry over. That happens to a lot of things. Like some people legitimately really want to know, like Vtuber is the interesting thing about that, where it's like the constant tension of the, you know, the Vtuber the person and Vtuber the creature. And like some people hate Vtuber the person, some people cannot comprehend Vtuber the creature and wants Vtuber the person. And there's just an interesting back and forth kind of play with that, which is really, really neat. But it's also why I think for some people that like doxing is like a thing that people really want to do, because they're like, a lot of people hate the idea of the push and pull, but they're wrong and stupid, and they'll eventually figure out on accident. Like VTubers like the how big if true. It's interesting. I think just like the way like life and fiction, reality and unreality and perceived reality, I think everything does blend together in really interesting ways, just like the way that like the world is. There's just like so many little neat things that come with that. And sometimes like a lot of people just don't. No, when I say a lot of people, I'm not trying to make myself sound smarter or anything. Where it's just like you know, people who think about stuff kind of make really cool shit or are into really cool shit, and people who don't suffer. How you doing, Erita? How you doing? Biting? Yeah, do you want to challenge me to a biting you contest? Because a motherfucker, I'm gonna win. I can bite like 3 people at the same time with just my chest alone. Maybe 4 if one of them's really small or they like stick their hand in first. I don't know. Avatar. She doesn't. Unfortunately, that is why dentists hate him. No, dentists love me. I'm a very nice lad. But like, yeah, that's just an inherently tricky thing with the Avatar stuff, because a lot of, especially older people, are like, cartoons, those are for kids, and like, you know, I don't want to be there. There's a very fine line of like, you know, I think animation as a medium deserves more than being labeled cartoons for kids, and then there are people that are like, actually, I think I don't know, like the most dog shit kids show you've ever heard of is actually way more intelligent than things written for adults. You know, hey, wait. I'll see you at the squared circle soon, motherfucker. They're to jump into Grundle first. Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, like there, like I said, there are like in the VTubing space even, where it's like there's people that do eroticism stuff as like, you know, ways to get money. And that's once again, I'm not hating on that. But then there's also like fucking the one lady who just put together Veilers. Like that's her shit. That's what she's into. I think Veilers close at this point though. Which is unfortunately the tricky thing about the idea of doing like being like a VTuber, like basically an edo-themed VTuber company, is that payment processors really hate that. It turns out they really hate that shit, and it sucks. Because that's the thing too. It's like, you know, like can you make money with lewds? Yeah, but like, can your money be taken away for lewds at the drop of a hat? Absolutely. It's a horrible world to be into, that kind of world. Just for money reasons alone, you know? How you doing, Ugly Dogs? How you doing? Welcome. Also 14, enjoy your work, you know? Fucking that John second. Yeah, exactly. You gotta be all munched up. It's been a while since I watched the thing. It's been a real hot minute. So I'm going back in. Wait, no, I should, hold on. I mean, I can add a little bit of orange before I go back. So for context, I'm building up orange on this guy. I start with the mahogany, and then I build up to this burnt orange that actually make it look orange, and then I kind of eventually will build up even lighter. I think a lot of things with big companies these days just comes from the fact that it's too expensive to make a thing. It's just inherently very expensive to make a thing. And if you're spending like $100 million to make a thing, you want to make sure that like you're going to maximize, you know, your returns. And then that leads to weird shit where it's like, oh yeah, no, you know, big movies have to be like remakes and retreads because like those things are sold in the past. Like, I don't know how good the new He-Man movie is, but the fact that they did a He-Man movie instead of a new fantasy property is very telling. Because like a lot of people are like, very few people are going to be like champion for He-Man in this day and age. Like, it's a very old franchise, but it is a franchise with a name that can focus test and like some kind of cultural capita to kind of go back on, as opposed to, you know, taking the risk and just making a movie. So, you know, just one fresh, you know? Yeah, exactly. Why spend risky chance for big money when you can do guaranteed small? I don't even think it's that. I think unfortunately they tried to do safe chance for big money, and that's just like not a thing you can do. You can't make art that way, really. Like that's how like Mr. Beast makes money, where it's like he just makes stuff where the idea it's like just to kind of churn out a thing that's probably going to be safe to make a bunch of money on, you know. And it's just how that is. It's really tragic. He-Man Schlong, which seems like a choice. I've heard somebody joke around with the idea that like in 10 years time that Skeletor from that movie is going to become like basically like somebody's Blorbo. Like that, like they're like weird women on the internet someday are going to look upon the new He-Man movie with new eyes. And like I haven't seen it, but like when described in that way, I could understand it because I've seen that path be tread a couple times. Yeah, and like I think that's why, like, interestingly, like on one hand, the fact that like Backrooms and Obsession and a bunch of other like horror stuff, because like horror is the realm of like the low budget, like the Artur being kind of risky with stuff, which I think is really, really neat. But also that means that you also see the lesson people have come from that. It's like, we gotta find every creepypasta. Fuck it. We're doing a Ben Drowns movie. I don't think anyone's actually doing a Ben Drowns movie, but like it's that kind of idea where it's like, yeah. No, that really is. I mean, like min-maxing money is how you get a lot of bad stuff, because it's just about min-maxing money and not about like Because, like, you know, movies are art, video games are art, music is art. In order to make art, you have to let people make art. But art is, like, not a guaranteed way to make money. You know, a lot of things that are art do bad, or a lot of things that are art are, like, weird, so they don't really mesh with, like, traditional audiences. Like Avatar was making art. They got together, they, you know, they did this, like, whole, like, cool, unique world, and they kind of, like, they brought in people who knew about, like, all these different cultures. Like, I'm very wary when, like, a company brags about cultural consultants about things, because I feel like it's just going to be, like, pretty annoyingly, like, a lot of times when that's done, it's like, it's just kind of showing that they're just trying to, like, be lazy about things or whatever, or just, like, not, it's I don't know. I usually cultural consultants something really don't make me feel like, yippee, this is going to be cool. It's like, oh no, they're covering their ass. But, like, the Avatar did bring in cultural consultant people, and you got really cool cultural stuff out of it, and it was neat. But then, like, you're not going to get that shit in the live action, because, like, that's not a money making thing. That's not art. If you wanted to do art, you would probably just show Avatar, you know? Yeah. I mean, I'm sure. I mean, late stage capital can in many ways be a meaningless buzzword, but like. I do think it does exist as a shorthand. Like, I don't know where I really fall economically. Oh my God, what's happening here? Economically or spiritually or, like, morally or politically or whatever. I don't know. I'm generally, like, I be grilling, but, like, you do see a lot of things that are, like, you know, like, as technology improves, you would expect things to get better. Like, better quality and, like, you know, like, easier access to things. Like we went from cool bespoke websites to just, like, Twitter. And it's like, or like fast food is just worse than it used to be. And it's just like a money thing at the end of the day, you know? It's just min-maxing profits. And it sucks, you know? And, like, maybe that does make, maybe late stage capital is a buzzword, but I think it does describe that phenomenon pretty well. We could use another one. It's still basically the same thing. And I don't know, maybe. I don't know what like Tumblr sexy man culture is like these days. The last Tumblr sexy man thing I was aware of is, like, somebody doing the Gavis from Hollow Stars is, like, trying to get him to compete against somebody. There was, like, a Tumblr sexy man battle and he was getting some votes, like, raised. That I find that fascinating from just an idea. It's like, on one end, VTubers are going to be inherently nicher than most audiences, even compared to, say, like I don't know where I'd say, like, the VTuber general audience and, oh yeah, or competing with Deltarune is such a fucking uphill battle. Holy shit. But, like, on the other hand, the fact that a VTuber as a person with, like, a social animating spark can, like, rally the troops, so to speak. Like, I find that kind of shit really fascinating. Cause, like, fucking TV head Deltarune could, like, you know, I got Deltarune in this summer sale, but I've yet to play it just cause I don't know. I just haven't yet. But, like, the fact that he can be like, all right, my I don't know what Battle's fan base is. For some reason, my brain went to Beetleborgs, like Beetleborgs, which doesn't make any sense, but that would fucking rock. And it's like, the fact that he could be like, all right, fuck it. It's Pokemon Go to the polls or whatever. The battalion. Is that real? Because that is pretty legit if that's his real fan name. Or do I like some call? Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, like customer service stuff, BK stuff, the big bad Battleborgs. I hope somewhere out there there's art of him as a Beetleborg, the deepest cut. I thought about maybe doing. The tricky thing is that Deltarune is both, like, incomplete and also very, like, reasonably long and also oversaturated. So, like, I feel like everybody was playing fucking Deltarune for a while. And sometimes when everybody plays a game, I feel like a weird need deep in my heart to be, like, a sanctuary from that. It's like, oh, you don't give a fuck about Deltarune? Don't worry, watch me play something. Watch me play something else, and this might be nice for you. And maybe that's just me. But also, too, mind you, it's also died down a bit, so maybe I could. Also, it's a very funny mindset from like I don't know, min-maxing like viewership or whatever. It's like, oh yeah, take the hot thing and wait till it's not hot anymore, and then you could try it. It's just very funny how my brain works, but also like, I don't think I would change that. How you doing, Mix? How you doing? How you doing? I'm meddling the fuck up my lads. They're actually going pretty good. I'm gonna just do like some very... Basically, right now I'm doing some like metal bits that are like pretty flat and easy to reach at this stage. Oh, thank you, thank you, thank you. That's very early on this. Very, very early on this guy. But he's turning out pretty good. I'm pretty happy about it. But yeah, I mean, my useless encyclopedia is very different than yours too. So that's nice. I like that we can contribute. Let's all be filled with useless knowledge together. Yippee! And it caused a big following as well. Oh yeah. What's his famous name? Cotter Borgs. It's just all variations on Borgs. I'm gonna start calling you guys Hellborgs now. I hope you're okay with that. Oh, that's stupid. I do like Hellbuds. I do like Hellbuds, but once again, I kick myself forever about waiting too long to think about Hellpals. Also going to go back and like hit the metal up with like a smaller brush at some point. So I'm just using this big chunky brush because it's like a cheapo brush to like really get in there at first. God, the funny thing is like I know I have watched Beetleborgs because I remember him from like a Power Rangers like tape from like way back in the day, but I could not tell you a single thing that happened in Beetleborgs. And they have like a weird genie too. Isn't there like a weird like blue guy for Beetleborgs, or I'm also getting another like weird Saban project in there? You got your little thing. Oh fuck! I get the vent. Halborg's a symbol. It's just all these fucking weirdos. Something I do need to do this weekend is I need to. I do want to revamp the BRB screen as like one of those like I've seen VTubers do that, just like put. I used to have my opening screen used to be like take a bunch of bullshit you like and just make a weird collage, and I remember at one point removing that because I was like, I don't think this like it's like oh, I don't know, this doesn't feel professional maybe, which is such a silly thought to have, but like I find myself questing for a mood, and it's like, well, it doesn't really sell a mood just to have a bunch of bullshit. But now I'm coming, you know, I've been doing this for a while. I'm thinking about things with new eyes. Like, no, it does sell a mood. Fuck, what am I talking about? I'm a maroon, a fool. But maybe I'll bring that back at some point. I was starting to do that at one point, but then I ended up cleaning out my image folder. Okay, unprofessional is the wrong word. Well, like, I think I mentioned from time to time that there are certain VTubers that have, like, a kind of, like, way they do things. I actually wouldn't even call it, like, a full kayfabe thing. Kayfabe I do find really interesting in the VTuber discussions because a lot of times it just gets used as a fucking bludgeon for, like, oh, I don't like the thing you did, I'm gonna call you a whore, but it's for kayfabe reasons. I'm not a big fan of that, but I do like the way... Oh yeah. Oh, you know, it's probably long enough, actually, weirdly enough. Like, here's the thing. So here's, like, the current version of the movie night thing. Like, this is how long it is. Like, I think there's a way in OBS to have that auto-scroll. I forget how you do that. I know that there's a way you could just have it scroll forever. I could have the BRB screen just be like movie night, just perpetually scrolling upwards and then looping in on itself. I think I gotta do that. Hold on. And then I can just put, like, I don't know, fucking Hokkaido and Gatorade on there. I'm adding that to a note. Go, man. It's a million degrees in here. Magic and whimsy. Honestly, what I did, is this shiny? I got one of these. I got like a series of stackable boxes from Target, and one of them just happens to be perfect paint size. I've been keeping my brushes in there, and it means I don't lose them nearly as easy. Not that I was like actively super losing my brushes. But I do think having like a dedicated container for them. I know it's not necessarily the most optimal way to dry them. I'll usually leave them on my desk and then once they're dry, put them back in there, but it works. It works. So let's get some of these other little tiny bits. Repaint verticals. Fuck, I still got that. The sad thing is I have the footage for that. I need to actually put that together. I need to actually make that real. It's like I have the stuff. I have the hard part. I just need to edit that. I keep forgetting. Go, man. Remind me off stream on that. That's like in like the Discord at like 2:43 on a Saturday. That's probably likely the best time to catch me in a way where I could be like, oh shit, I could do that now. How you doing, Sola? How you doing? I'm painting Marines today, aka Imperial Rats. How you doing? How you doing? How you doing? Was thy wisdom? Do your laundry if you haven't. That's my eternal wisdom. But yeah, but you know, I'm working on the lads. With today's main goal being, can I glue you to your bases? Because I would like to have you on bases that can stand and I can like wiggle you around and stuff like that. You're gonna make shallow parts of the hoses in the brim. I mean, probably what I'm gonna be doing is like I'm do want to eventually layer it more like this. So it's just taking a while to get there, just because I'm trying to like. These guys are interesting, but they're like not like super crazy, different, complicated compared to a regular Marine, but they do got like a lot of little intricate little details I want to try to like hit out first. Especially because sometimes if I accidentally paint in like the wrong area, like if I accidentally get like a little out of line or whatever, I can go back there and touch it up. Oh yeah, I think I was actually working on that a little bit, and what stopped me is what I was doing. Where's the add details? Oh yeah. Don't worry. I will get the details looking good. This is still pretty early on. And then also gonna add the weathering powders and all the various fun pigments. I did have a lot of fun. It's been a while since I used weathering pigments. I'm doing a bit of thing that I've not done before. I've seen a lot of people online use Milliput for their bases. And I've been like, I don't need that. I don't need to use Milliput for my bases. But more and more I work on the lads and I'm like, you know, I'm having some issues where they just don't lay flat as they used to, you know? I could do that. What's really funny is, like, if I remember right, a lot of those are wrong. Like, I forget exactly what skull that is, but I think somebody was straight up, like, saying that, like, a lot of times when, like, a Space Marine will have, like, a skull, like a wolf skull. Really, a lot of things have a wolf skull. It's probably actually more like a raccoon skull that just got, like, through like goofy games of like basically like design telephone. Yeah, exactly, which is just kind of funny. So in theory, if I wanted to like add a little bit of raccoon detail, I could just be like, no, this is I'm not wrong, you're wrong. Space Jimothies. I still got that Jimothy 3D print that I've done absolutely nothing with. To be fair though, last weekend was the Bad Ab thing, so like this weekend I could actually do some project work, which I'm excited about. This weekend's project goal is to get at least my current video filmed, like the model construction bits, and then I can actually put the video together, and that might take another. It's working. I gotta do that. You did a flip? Hell yeah, let's go. Yeah, because I forget. Like, do wolves just have like a really boring looking skull, or is it just like an accidental game of telephone kind of deal? I forget exactly what's the reason why raccoon skulls are the kind of de facto wolf skull in terms of bullshit. Yeah, he's our last hope. I don't care how Quirk Chungus Millennial makes me feel. I like a horrible little freak, and Jimothy is a horrible little freak. Positive. There we go. Lux skull. Oh, okay. So like raccoons got a more exciting skull, so they ripped that. Okay, that makes sense. That reasonably tracks. So many fucking dirty seals. Fuck. Yeah, I also like how all the vets and stuff were like, well, he's got a real fucked up spine, but he seems to be doing pretty good, so we're not super worried about it. Which I'm like, oh yeah, that's a like. for like a congenial defect, that's about as best as you could hope for. Where it's like, well, he looks fucked up, but he's doing all right. And it's like, yay, there we go. Nice. Oh, it's just okay. So it's just like human. Actually, you know, let me get a little bit on. Oh, this guy's got fucking molecular bonding studs. Fuck. Let me get that real quick. I want to see if I can actually find a wolf skull, or just like quick reference. Back roll? Oh hell yeah, let's go. Yeah. Oh yeah, definitely gotta get like up in the bottom of this little bit. Yo, I need to jingle some keys real quick. There's a little bit on the bottom of the holster that is impossible to see unless you put it like right up to your face. This is the way shadows align and whatnot. So Goldman, I'm gonna jingle jangle those fucking keys. There we go, nice and quick. Actually, real quick, I do want to see if I can find a wolf skull. All right, see, Google actual wolf skull images. Oh, now, oh, god damn it. Now I'm just getting, like, clones and stuff, man. Okay, there's not super crazy. Also, good luck, dude. Take it easy, yo. Take it easy. I will always be painting in the future anyway. Oh, yeah, it really is. Like, I'm always fascinated by the way animals must perceive people. Maybe some of that comes from the fact that like my snake, you know, yeah, Nanners is cute, but Nanners really has no idea what the fuck's going on. There's no way she could possibly know. And it's like you're a creature that lives amongst these like big creatures that you generally avoid because like, you know, on an instinctual like genetic level, you know, oh, big things are scary, and these big things are, you know, they drive fast big things, but they leave out delicious garbage, so you want to get the garbage. And you just see them every now and then, like, pull out a thing. You can't understand what the thing is, aka a cell phone. Like, you have, like, the idea of the concept of a box that has data in it is so beyond your grasp of what you know as a raccoon that you're like, object. The keys, no, don't worry, keys will come back. There's always use for keys on my streams. And just one day, unbeknownst to you, you actively lift the spirits of these strange creatures that give you food sometimes. His problem-solving intelligence. Oh, you got one of those crafty dogs. Hell yeah. I mean, I'm sure maybe it's less hell yeah for you, but like I do like a crafty dog. The little rascal dogs are always great. I was like, did I fucking get like metal on his back? I don't think so. I think it's just didn't paint it all super duper all the way. HVAC. Oh god, yeah. No, there's because of medical stuff today, I was able to work from home at the guild, and apparently it is boiling there. Everybody's like, "Oh god, I'm dying," and I'm just like, ha 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 ha. I'm not laughing at them. It actually kind of sucks. Oh, that's like that. Yeah, I'm always fascinated about the idea, like, of like I think I mentioned before that I love spy animals, like basically those like little fake animals people will put together, and just like, you know, use to like, you know, monitor like a beaver dam, where it's like you don't want to go in there and fuck with the beaver because like, you know, they'll run away. But if you make like a weird looking little fake beaver and you pilot that motherfucker into the dam, they're gonna be like, well, you look weird, but all right. And like sometimes I get those like thoughts where it's like you know, if like let's just go with the idea of just like an alien that wants to monitor people. And like we kind of already go with the idea that like, oh yeah, aliens do like abductions and stuff like that, like in pop culture. But like, what if aliens were doing like straight up just like weird spy, like, you know, just like fake humans that act like humans but kind of weird and strange, and you ignore them, but they're just there just to like look at shit. Is that a Hopper? I'm gonna be honest, I have not watched a new Pixar movie since I couldn't tell you. I legitimately couldn't tell you. Yeah, what if it basically like like, I mean, I know the idea of like, what if myth was aliens? I'm gonna say, you know, I don't give a fuck. I love that trope. I love that shit so much. Any variation of what if weird historical spooky thing was actually aliens or ghosts or whatever. I love that shit. I even like it when like Vampire the Masquerade's like, oh yeah, this thing that was just like, you know, random mythological creature, that was a vampire, obviously. I'm like, hell yeah, let's go, buddy. I enjoy those. But oh, okay, that's kind of cool. That's a neat idea. Is there like a thing where like the hopper gets like trapped in like the animal body and gotta go on like a grand adventure or whatever? I could see that being a fun kids movie. I could see that. Oh yeah, Tommy Wiseau is just straight up just like one of those spy animals, but for some reason he managed to bumble his way into a major motion picture. I still think the funniest thing out of like my game knowledge. So like, this is gonna sound really weird, but hear me out. This isn't like a hear me out, I want to fuck that snail thing or whatever the hell VTubers say hear me out. Something that I enjoy is that like whenever you do a like, you know, something like that, you still have to leave like the really bad people in history as like humans. So like you could be like Vampire the Masquerade was like, oh yeah, no, there was like SS vampires, but like no, Hitler was a human. As far as I know, the only game that doesn't do that, there was one called Nephilim, which is another one of those like you are secretly a weird parasitic spirit that hops between hosts, and you've lived through like 1,000,000 years in different lives. I'm pretty sure it's been a while since I've looked at it, but I'm pretty sure that was one that was like, oh, you know, Hitler was a guy possessed by a fire elemental. The original guy just wanted to paint pictures, and you're like, damn, you crossed the forbidden line, Nephilim. Amazing. You know, I mean, it is bad, to be fair. I've not looked at it. I've done a couple of Fatal streams, and Fatal's not a good game either, and arguably is not even a super interesting one. In terms of like Fatal's kind of fun to talk about, but really once you get down to it, it's a lot of Fatal is just kind of like dumb in like a not fun way, as opposed to like fucking the like Bella Maga and stuff like that. As opposed to that, which is way more interesting. But yeah, Racial Holy War, you can't really do because it's just like, yeah, no, it's just stupid. They're bad at racism even, which is very funny. Racial Holy War is bad at racism because they gave every other like non-white people racism superpowers and left white people with nothing, which is really funny. If the entire premise of that is like, I'm going to make the racist RPG and you're not even going to give white people a superpower, like, what are you doing, buddy? That's just like it's a dumb idea for an RPG, but I just find it funny that they fucked up their own stupid premise so hard. It's like, you had one stupid job and you couldn't even do that, you dense motherfucker. It's beautiful how bad this is. No, it's not even Hunter the Reckoning, but racism. It's almost like, from what I vaguely am aware, it's almost more like a zombie apocalypse, but with racism kind of thing. Oh, camera froze too. My wife and kids all hate. I've not that's a way more intricate hear me out run up than I was expecting. Okay, real quick. Okay, we good. I had a sudden thought about like, I know Yor got a new album released and I ordered it. I was like, can I give it my new address? I think we're good. Yeah, I'm assuming by default, like I fully believe that's not like a conscious design decision, because once again, they made the bad racism RPG, but they made it bad so it's not really good at racism or being an RPG. It's kind of, it's the worst of everything. It's kind of amazing in its own like bizarre way. So like, it's been a while, like, let's see. I was doing a thing for a while where it's like every 500, I believe, 500 or 1,000, I would get drunk and I'd make a character in RPG. It's coming up, actually. I'm actually, like, not terribly far from hitting 6K. Well, hell yeah, let's go. All right, when 6K rolls around, I'll... What bullshit is left? I've done... How you doing, Sport? I've talked about... Did I make a Cinnabar character before? I do remember trying to do it for Wraithu, but I got so drunk that I actually could not make a character for Wraithu. How you doing, Dason? How you doing? How you doing? Welcome, everybody. Welcome. How you doing, Toad the Fallen? We're talking about World of Cinnabar, a game made by a crazy person in a way that I love forever. How you doing, Jay? Supremely nice. How was, the game you were playing, which was Mario Kart? Hell yeah. How was the Mario Kart? I have not done a Mario Kart in a hot minute. I have not played a Mario Kart in like a million years. But yeah, how you doing? How you doing? I am currently working on Marine, and it's going pretty good. Doing pretty good. These guys got like a bunch of little details, and also I pre-assembled them because I made questionable decisions. But it's fine. It'll work out in the end. I'm not super worried. It's a bad day, but fun. Well, I mean, yeah, at the end of the day, you got like fun at the end is still worth it, you know. If an investigator for hire is a private eye, does that mean a Navy detective is a privateer? I'm okay with that one, actually. That one's kind of fun. How you doing, Jay? How you doing? I had to keep you on your toes. I had to keep you second guessing your records, even if it was for like a second. But yeah, oh yeah, fuck, I don't think I did my intro. If you guys do not know me, I'm Halbernaut the Mimic Elf, miniature painting Vtuber of the Nurgle and Skaven variety, and today I am painting Space Marines, which are neither of those two things. Neither Nurgle nor Skaven, no, nor even really adjacent to them thematically, other than maybe Rust, question mark? I guess? You like that? Okay, it's still good then, still good. The streak for that one is maintained. Well, at least with metal, I can always go in there and just like overcoat it, and then if I need to go back and touch it up. The wrist area? Yeah, I gotta get in there. But yeah. We're talking about bad RPGs and like me getting drunk and doing them. I got too drunk to finish making a character for Wraithu. So maybe someday I'll do a Wraithu rematch. Maybe when I do 6K I'll do the Wraithu rematch, because I never did actually make a Wraithu character. What are some other ones? Really, the tricky thing is a lot of the infamous ones kind of run out quick. There's less big name infamous RPGs than you would think of, because like a lot of RPGs that are bad in a forgettable way, where it's like you make like Realms of Fantasy, a game that was made because you had an issue with how D&D 2nd edition was doing things. And the issue is that D&D 2nd edition did not have enough polearms. So don't worry, you're here to rectify how many polearms and guisarms and halberds and bec de corbons and everything. All that shit is going to get rectified in your game. Oh, Thaco was too easy? How about combat with like 8 million steps? Also, everybody's a human dirt farmer because I hate. Oh, it's fun. Oh, fly. Yeah, and I can do many things. One day I'll bust out my forbidden weapon, the Howlfish, and you guys are gonna be fucking destroyed. Let's go. Starts like a spears without spears. I mean, spears exist in D&D though, but I mean like the type of heartbreaker where somebody's like, I can make it. This is why like I've always like. You know, I have strong opinions about D&D, but it's tricky to be like, well, what if I sat down and just made my own? It's like, no, you're just building a heartbreaker. You're catering to a oversaturated market that is is not interested in checking out new games, and very likely your game has its own fucked up little like design foibles. How big is the fish? I will show you. I'll show you how powerful my Howlfish is. This one. Let me grab this one. I also love that because it's a 3DS screenshot, all of them are just like this. This is the Hellfish. God, Monster Rancher. Monster Hunter used to be good. Monster Rancher didn't used to be good. Monster Rancher is still good. Monster Rancher is life. Monster Rancher is love. Monster Rancher. Oh, how I miss thee. It's been a while since I did anything Monster Rancher though, to be fair. What do I want to do for Parchment? And Earth, let's give that a go. Never played any war games with strong opinions on the... Oh, really? Because like a lot of times like a Heartbreaker stuff will have like, you know, somebody will have played one. Like I'm legitimately curious what like, I guess somebody could read, to be fair, I think somebody could read 40K and be like, this is a design clusterfuck, and probably not be entirely wrong. But like, what were they doing? What was the thought that like, I can fix this? I mean, Gaslands fucks and D&D is serviceable, I guess. What you would combine those together, or like taking, even if you don't combine them thematically, just like the lessons that both of those would impart on someone with no wargame experiences, questionable. Oh no, he's taking the alignment system and making a fucking wargame out of the alignment system of D&D? One of the stupid parts? Oh my god, amazing. They Temple Raider. Oh yeah, no, I don't necessarily hate the D&D alignment system as much as a lot of people do, but the idea of making a war game, I mean, I guess actually weirdly enough, that's what the D&D like little collectible minis game I believe did. That was also not a good game, mind you, but like technically this is already well trodden ground. It's possible that like, yeah, that's so interesting. I really want to pick this guy's brain because like a lot of times, sometimes too, Heartbreakers are made by people like who you just are not super familiar with the way games are, just games outside of D&D. That's why you'll run into people that are like, yeah, I made D&D 5e, but it's like a cyberpunk. It's like, oh, you mean like Cyberpunk the game, or Shadowrun the game, or maybe Cyborg, or like an infinite number of Cyberpunk games. No, I want D&D 5e, but like Cyberpunk. You are mad. You're crazy. But yeah, no, the idea that this person did that without having any wargame experience, bizarre. Absolutely fucking bizarre. Strange. Also, I'm doing that thing where like some of the paint on my palette's starting to separate a little bit, so I'm trying to get it on like right now. Well, so it's not wasted. Let's see how that goes. The Neon Odyssey. Yeah. Yeah. Oh yeah, was that? Yeah, that was like the... I think I remember seeing that. Yeah. Yeah, no, I hate that. I hate that everything must become 5e. That's why I'm very big on running. I'm kind of forever like, if somebody like truly like that I knew and like cared about their opinions were like, "Al, run me a D&D 5e," I would still say yes, just because like, you know, I am a person who can you know, be accommodating. But man, would never be my system of choice. I think Shadowrun is a really cool setting trapped behind like a very stupid system that's very complex for no reason. I DM'd Shadowrun for like 4th edition, I believe. I believe that was still edition where like a lot, like, I think they've kind of gone back on this, but I remember that was the sort of like, Shadowrun is adopting to modern technology. You got wireless things now, which I kind of think that's a mistake. Well, like, cause like you read about Shadowrun and you're like, oh, this is super rad, and then you run it, and it's like, oh, that's a lot of rules. I think if Shadowrun was your only TRPG, like in the same way that there are like forever groups that will only do D&D, I think if Shadowrun was your forever TRPG, I think you could make something very interesting with that, and if everybody was on the same page. And like everybody was super good system mastery, I think it could work. but I remember it being hell to run because we had technomancers and deckers who did the same thing differently, but with wildly complexly different rules and operated on a separate initiate track. Then you had a caster who summoned spirits was in my party. About the only party member that didn't have like a wildly crazy complex setup was the troll, who was just like a guy with a gun. And it was like, it was super rough. But what was really annoying is like, when I ran it, I enjoyed the party members. I enjoyed my crew a lot. I enjoyed the way the PCs interacted with the world. I still remember that it had one of this like, so this is one of those stories I bring up a lot because I enjoy it. And this isn't me. This is not me actively punishing a player, but we had a party who had a issue with like their driver. They had like a dedicated driver, but they lost like the ability to use them for a while. So at one point, one of the players who had like the Flaw family took the family minivan and like, did a shadow run, and the shadow run was successful with it, but they were not checking license plate numbers and stuff like that. So that shit got picked up like really quick. And they got a call from, I think from Renraku. Oh shit, the ad break's about up. I'll explain the rest of the story after the ad break. So we will get that going so I do not get cut off. See you guys in a bit. All right, we're back. Let's go. So, for this, so the part to recap the story I was starting to tell before I ended up alling the fuck out. The party members, the PCs ended up doing a botched shadow run. Well, the shadow run was successful, but there was like a big shootout. I think it was at like a strip club straight up. I forget exactly why they were there, but I think they need to get some information from somebody who was working at a strip club or owned a strip club. And, you know, like a lot of Shadowrun plans, guns eventually got involved. But they made it out, but they got caught on camera. And the PC who owned the car that they drove in with was not arrested, but like Renraku exec was like, hey, bud, listen. We've had good dealings in the past. This doesn't need to be bad. In fact, this could be a good deal for both of us. We have some, because basically the premise of the campaign was that a game designer accidentally created the steps to make a sapient AI when trying to develop like a more like responsive character and effectively like a gacha game. And the PCs kind of busted in, and I think what he did is he did that and then realized it was alive, so he kind of like turned tail and fled. And then, you know, PCs being PCs were hired to retrieve her. And party members eventually just kind of like, oh yeah, no, this is like a creature. This is nice. We're gonna raise her as our weird surrogate proxy daughter. Oh damn! Hopefully it doesn't take too long to get caught back up. Then I forget how long it takes to like. I guess if you're like really into it though, that could be like a real long time. So my condolences, yo. I realize I need to like paint that a little bit. But anyway, like Renraku was like, it's okay. We have her on our ship, and we know your buds are going to like try to steal her from us, but don't worry, we're gonna give you a job to protect that, and if this works out, you know, long-term employment at Renraku. We know you have a family, and to make sure this goes down smooth, we got them on the ship as well. So, you know, it'd be in your best interest to protect, to like do what we say. Like, it's like one of those things, it's like, we're threatening you, but we're doing it in a way that technically, if you play along to get along, there might be a career in it for you. I love the proxy child. Yeah, it was funny. Like one of the characters was like, mind you, this is like my group is like doing things kind of stupidly. So one of them was like we didn't really know the settings super well, but one of them wanted to be like really like aggressively Russian, but like in a stupid way. So he ended up kind of making her part Russian through like weird hacking stuff. It was still pretty fun though. Like not like definitely probably more towards pink mohawk than anything else if we're talking styles. So what happened is that the PC was like, well, I don't want my like wife and kid to get murdered. So yeah, I'll work for you, Renraku, I guess. And then, you know, the party members broke into the ship, and eventually there was a big standoff, and they're like, hey, no, listen, buddy, you're our friend, and it doesn't gotta be with this, and like we don't want to shoot you, and you don't really want to shoot us. And he was like, you know what, you're right. And they're like, you want to help us rob this boat? Yay, let's go. And that's when Renraku hit the kill switch on his family. So the PCs did indeed do what they were sent to do. They did rescue their weird AI proxy daughter. And this is like many years ago. So this is before like, you know, modern AI stuff. But like, yeah, the troll street samurai guy did not have like a real happy ending in that campaign, which was unfortunate that happened like that for him. But I remember everybody was like generally on board for it, because like once again, if you set expectations like early on in the campaign, people play along pretty well. So I was like, hey, you know, I'm not gonna be like super cruel about this, but like, you know, you're Shadowrunners, so shit can get bad. I think that's also why I like running criminal campaigns too, is that they do tend to escalate in a way that creates a big clusterfuck ending, but one that feels satisfying. But yeah, and like here's the thing, I would have loved to do a revenge art game, and like everything to do with that. I would have really liked the idea at the time to be like, all right, you know, like maybe either like, you know, try to carry off from that plot thread and get revenge on Renraku, or like maybe the party is split and like some of them have kind of gone to civilian life and the others are like still Shadowrunning. You know, kind of one of those like typical cyberpunk kind of campaigns where it's like there would be a continuity of characters, but maybe not necessarily as PCs. But Shadowrun was just such a bitch to run. Oh my god, every time they wanted to do anything, I needed to know. And this is why I say that, like, Shadowrun, like, a lot of systems get easier if you know how to, like, bullshit it. Where it's like, oh yeah, because like I remember like doing Mutants and Masterminds before, where it's like, Mutants and Masterminds is a really crunchy system, but if you know what you're doing, Mutants and Masterminds, you can stat like a person with like maybe like 3 lines of stats, and like not even that. But I never really found that group for Shadowrun, and to be fair, it almost seems like the fun of Shadowrun is to like, yo, my DM spent a week building this fucking as technology like data fortress. Experience, no. I did pick it up recently because I found it in my shop's used bin, but I have not really done anything with it whatsoever. The latest RPG I've actually been like looking to run and actually been like reading into it, like with out of more than just passing curiosity, was the Monty Python one, which I think is neat, and I do think a game of that will be incoming, but I've done zero prep for that. Zero preparation or reach out or anything for that. I have people in mind I want to reach out to, but I just have not yet. It's a very neat game for sure. I will definitely say that. Monty Python RPG, very, very, very much knows what it wants to be and is less grating than you would think it would be. Yeah. Yeah, they added more and more. The weird thing is like I remember Shadowrun Anarchy, which is just a very bizarre like attempt to make it kind of like a rules light system or like a more narrative system. And that like kind of did well. Like conceptually it seemed neat, but like I know a lot of people did not like Anarchy. I do own it though. I do own a copy of Anarchy because like I was curious about using that as like a, well, I would like to do more Shadowrun, but I also like to like, you know, respect my time and my brain and whatnot. I mean, if he's down, I'd be down. I was leaning mentally towards like an old man group anyway, so that would be a good fit. I think the second layer of burnt orange is really nice. Getting closer where I can actually glue them to the base, just so I have something to like grip onto, and also they just take up less space. Yeah. The Mailad Collective. I have ideas. I need to get my ass into gear. My brain has been so busy with wargaming projects that I've neglected really any sort of TRPGs, and I need to unfuck that because I do like TRPGs. I do love TRPGs a lot, and I still really do. But it's just lately wargaming has been like the big mental thing I've been putting a lot of my time and energy into. But, you know, I mean, I am a mini painting VTuber at the end of the day, so, like, probably not unfounded necessarily, but still. I do need a few little orc bits on the front of their shields. It's some... I want to paint the rock on there. Okay, here's a good question. If I look deep into the mysteries of the Grundle, what do I really need, realistically? Under the gun. I can't do that. I can't do it yet. I can't do it yet. As much as I want to, as much as I can feel it in my jellies that I want to glue that down yet, now is not the time. A couple little bits. But yeah, I need to get some serious TRPGs because I have not it is... Guys, why the fuck is it almost the end of July? What's happening here? I don't understand. How has this year gone? How's this year both been like bad and also so fast? I'm like, I wish it was both like slower. And also, I was like, well, I kind of like this year sucks. Like, let's get it over with. Let's do a redo. Let's do a new year. And then like the monkey paw still finds ways to curl. But yeah, I remember like yeah, going back to Cyberpunk Red. I liked what it was doing, but I also understand that like for a lot of people, Cyberpunk games are about the gear porn. They are about the endless options. They are about like varied and many guns. For me, the idea of saying that like, oh, this is a pistol, like a heavy pistol. It is a good quality heavy pistol, and you know if it's a good quality heavy pistol, you can say what's it called? You could be like, oh, it belongs to like this corp. I have not done the Inquisition thing yet. That might actually be a good thing to do for next Thursday. No. I don't know. I have to wrap up some other things on my plate before I might do that, but I do think I want to do that. I do want to do that at some point. There's something to get it over with. It's almost done. No, I like you know the passage of time vexes me dearly, so I don't quite want to go there yet. But yeah. I don't want the year to be over just yet. I feel like it's like I got things I gotta get wrapped. I gotta do things. I need to end 2026 on like, ooh, look at how he did things, and it's like I need to get those things done first. And because I think a lot of things I was hoping to do, I didn't, so I need to do that. The move tanked a lot of my mental brain space and time and whatnot. So, which mind you, maybe just going into 2027, be like, no, 2027, that's my year, baby. Let's go. Maybe that's true. Maybe that's real. Maybe that's the way it's just going to be. But shields are like jank as shit. How you doing, Lore Master? How you doing? I am currently working on Space Marines because I got my box of them a while ago and I need to get them done at some point. But yeah, I'm working on my Rust Vultures. They're turning out pretty good. How you doing? Yeah, I did, and it sucks, but it's also like I can't use that excuse forever. I can't be like, oh man, that move fucked me over. And it's like, how? It's like 2028. What are you talking about? Is it a mini I printed out for Inari? No, I didn't. Hell yeah, let's go. Nicer. Yeah. Let me see. I do like seeing minis. I'll have to check that after stream. But yeah, no, I've been doing good myself. From domestic things. Oh, don't worry. I'm gonna, okay, we're like halfway through tonight. Oh fuck, I forgot to do the molecular bonding studs. Not a big deal. Right now I've been just like layering colors on this bad boy, and it's been turning out pretty good. Also, I need to, there's like little studs in the back of this that I need to actually, like these little side connector bits I think I need to make. Oh, camera froze. Just got the up dude on that, so I'll have to check that out later. How did off guy treat you, by the way? Did you end up going? For some reason I feel like you went. It seems like a lot of people on my dashboard end up going, so I'm not sure who actually went and who didn't. But if you did, hell yeah, hopefully you had a good time. Hell yeah, you did have a good time. The loop has been closed. The prophecy has been sealed. Well, hell yeah, let's go. No guarantees. I want to try to see if I can shoot for next year. I really want to go at least once in my life. Can't guarantee it'll be like an every year thing, but I want to go at least once. Also, spring seems kind of nice. I think like April is like right before where I work at gets really busy, so I actually think it might be a good month for that, but I need to double check. That's the thing, is I think I'll need to figure out like an Airbnb, and I think realistically I won't be able to find out about that till like January maybe, and by then that might be, by that point it might be too late to get one. I don't know how quickly shit sells out. Wait, what about Fireball? But yeah, it's always housing. Housing is always the thing that trips me up. The main reason I'm going to Under the Dice Fest is a friend of mine and me were able to get a hotel for it. And I was like, oh shit, this can be real now. I can actually go to this. Yippee, let's go. Yeah, I mean, it feels like, I mean, a lot of people are like, well, that's like way too soon, but it's like, yeah, I mean, California in the summer feels like it's designed to melt people. So I think it's like a sensible decision to move it up early in the calendar year. Also, I feel like inherently there's already a lot of shit going on this summer, so like spring is not too bad. Yeah, maybe I might need to legitimately start looking now. Then maybe that's just how it's gonna be. I don't know anything about California either, so I'll have to figure shit out. I don't know. If you ever got like advice on that, let me know, because I could use some advice on that. I need so much advice on that. I would like to go. Gonna hand out Howl stickers. I'd like to really get like a zine thing ready for them too. I still need to get Raw issue 1 ready for MagFest and see if I can get that. I would have liked to have it maybe ready for Under the Dice Fest, but there's no way. There's no way it's gonna be ready for that. Oh, okay. So I could just like effectively like pre-order. Oh god, that reminds me of like a really ancient green text thing. where for a while there was a dude who would actively like use GameStop as a bank, where he would pretty much go to like GameStops and he would like pre-order every game more or less. And that when he wanted to like quote unquote like withdraw his money, he would just cancel the pre-orders. And like at the time, at the very least, when he was doing that, like he was like, well, they haven't stopped me. They think it's weird, but I'm not breaking any laws, and I do buy games, so it's not like I'm totally denying them customer service. And he's like, it's actually like a real bank too. I get perks. I get like all the downloadable content stuff, like all the DLC pre-order bonuses. Which I'm like, that is wild. I love people sometimes. Just shit like that. I'm just like, man, people are cool. Great. I love that that's a thing you can do. This little... like a grenade dangly? I actually don't know what this is. I think it might just be like a little reliquary thing or whatever. So... So let me get my contrast black Templars. There we go. I need to get a little bit of black in the Grundle. Because I know if I don't Grundle now, I'm gonna forget. Yeah, that'd be a good thing. That'd be a good thing to write down. Yeah, I do gotta get the Inquisition thing ready. I gotta get my current YouTube video / Under the Dice Fest Rusted Demon mini competition entry thing done. It's super weird. I think this is like the most like, and then like my local scenes talk about doing another event in December. I'm like, oh, I'm like living a weird life now where it's like, oh, my projects are no longer just like my own whimsy. They're like projects that lead into, I guess, I choose the flavor of whimsy I consume, but like they're like, oh no, there's like dedicated events for a lot of these things. It means I'm busy as shit because I'm always busy as shit. But like, I'm more busy in a directed way, which is funny because I still painted like the Plague Marines and stuff. Those are not meant for any event whatsoever. Luckily, also the next event is also going to be 15mm. There's a guy that does really good 8mm Dark Eldar. Busy for pleasure is honestly like the way I live my life. It's got pros and cons. I feel like I never have enough time for the things I like to like really, really do stuff with them. But by the same token, it's like I have several groups of people I hang with. I have like a pretty good like set of communities for things. It's an interesting thing. I'm both happy and overwhelmed. So yeah, I don't even know where I'm going to be start working on the December stuff. I'm probably going to put that off until maybe like November, maybe. I'll put that off until November, and worst case, if I find out that like it's time for that event and I don't have anything ready for it, I'll just run my Minotaurs again. I'll just print like a couple of like different models for them. And be like, oh yeah, this is fine. I'm just updating what I already got. Totally serviceable, playable, we'll have fun. Do want to do Drukhari stuff. It's another one of those things that every now and then Games Workshop books do work for like I would like to make the army being advertised in this. Right now in Big Daka, it's fucking Dark Eldar. It's not orcs at all. The Dark Eldar are it's another really weird thing where Uftak is barely in his own book, and even when it goes to orc side, it keeps going to this Grot Rebellion, which I actually enjoy. So I don't mind it, but it's very strange. It's really about the Dark Eldar for most of it, but I like seeing Dark Eldar society from Dark Eldar. I like them being like backstabbing pricks, but also having a shared goal and everything. It's really fun. Best to look in the Hotelio. I guess also I could also get something like really far out and just I don't know, just like spend like a 20-minute Uber to the convention every day. I don't know if that's like a great idea. Maybe that's what people do already. I don't know. I don't know. Once again, I don't really know what the optimal strat for like my only real convention knowledge is fucking Magfest, and that's a very specific region. Because I've never been to California before. Yeah, honestly, same. I still have not put my Jukoki together or whatever. And I'm hoping moving that shit around is going to be fine. I think so. Like, if my stuff breaks, I'm not going to be jazzed, but like, I don't know. I'm at least mentally prepared enough that I'm like, if shit goes sideways. Like a coin collecting hobby on a train down the Cali. I was waiting for a part 2. Once again, I need to gauge whether it was like a pun or not. Seems like you're being earnest about your love of the coin. Oh yeah. Unless it's still in the booth next to me as a coin collector. Oh hell yeah, let's go. You had like a fun train story. Once again, I don't really have any specific train stories because all my train stories are the same thing. Every time I get on a train, old women come up to me because I guess they think I'm a nice sweet boy, and then they tell me about how much their like sisters are bitches. It's the weirdest thing. It's the weirdest thing. I don't understand why that's like the type of old lady I attract, but sure, okay. I'm just like, yeah, I'm just sitting here. I'm not looking particularly threatening or anything, just a guy. Until a bitch my sister is. Oh no, but I don't know. I was about to say I could see it, but just because I have a bitch sister, so I just kind of assumed that everyone's... Well, she's gotten nicer over the years. She was a bitch to me for many, many, many years. And then as an adult, she's like, I was such a bitch to you. I'm so sorry. Here's treats. And I'm like, yay, treats. I'm sure there's lingering issues there, but I do love treats. So, like, you know, it mostly balances out. Grand maxing, yeah. I do be grand maxing. Everybody's talking about wanting to pull hags today, but they don't have the fraction of my power to get the true raisins, you know. The older the berry, the sweeter the juice and whatnot. Oh, that sounds nice. I'm glad you have a good relationship with your sister. Hell yeah. I of course was joking. So you get that going on. I still need to get like the little actually purity symbols. There we go. Purity seals. Not purity symbols. Treats. I do like treats. To my Candy Crush. Is that still the stereotype? Do older women play Candy Crush anymore? Is that still the meta? Candy Crush in a hot minute. I played it when it was newer just to see what the fuss was about, and like it's definitely that era where it's like pay to keep playing. Like this puzzle's gonna break your dick, so I hope you want to throw money down. Which once again, in the grandest scheme of things, I find that way more like nefarious than a lot of gachas, which is like pay for fat tits. Which it's really funny because like that was not my original thought about the new HoloLive one. I was like, oh yeah, you know, it's probably just gonna be like idol outfits or something like that. But then apparently a lot of people have been posting the Noel from that game, and like Jesus Christ. Listen, I mean, you know, I think if you're nice to him, like I don't think you'll come off as super mean. You're probably fine. My situation was kind of weird because like my adopted sister was like, she got the combo of like diabetes, younger sister, and then also like kind of being, you know, kind of the parents' favorite because she was sort of like needier, I guess. I don't know. And I was good student who played GameCube. So that kind of really skewed the dynamic. So it got to the point where she could just kind of like bully me for shit. And I was like, I can't say no or I'll get in trouble. Even though I do everything right and I've just played the GameCube. But sure. It was cheaper. Oh, fuck yeah, let's go. You know what? I wonder if it's because since it's in... Because you're like, I have to imagine a lot of people who do off-Kai stuff probably follow off-Kai news. I wonder how many people are just like not aware, or maybe they're even doing that because like spring rates might just be cheaper than summer rates. Ooh, maybe I really don't have an excuse this year. Maybe I definitely got to go off-Kai just because it's going to be affordable now, relatively. Yeah. Hey! I swung the fuck out of that katana. It was super worth it. To reiterate deep howl lore for people who might not know, I was allowed to buy a katana on eBay when I was in middle school because my family didn't know how eBay worked, and they were okay with giving a middle schooler their credit card because I was like, "Hey, I have $20. Can I borrow your credit card so I can order this katana online?" And they're like, "Sure, whatever." And I did it. There is a photo that, like, I don't know if it's on the internet anymore, but like my friends have it, and then every now and then they're like, they bust it out, not to like make fun of me, because it's like a, you know, it's me wearing jorts with a katana, like, you know, it's inherently very funny, so it's just fun. It's fun to reminisce about, like, oh, I remember katana jorts, you know. Mad about somebody on bingo wasted. Oh yeah, no, I'm very lucky that, like, my sibling drama was never, like, that kind, thankfully. It's nothing too crazy. I do also think that my sister getting married kind of mellowed her out a bit. She's like, oh god, I have to raise a child now. Oh, fuck, this puts a lot of perspective on everything in my life. Fuck! Here's treats. Yay, treats. Sister had a child, and I got treats out of it. Living my best life, baby. Let's go. For my dark red. I like a different dark red that I just can no longer find. Oh, over here. Jinko, so I get it. I mean, jorts are comfy. I will say for, you know, I'm not going to say it's stylish, but I will say that there are times that wearing jorts is pretty comfy, you know? Nice relaxing jorts. Got red paint all over my hands. Oof, yeah, no, yeah. Blame her either. Yeah, to be fair, I haven't gone to like a big family Christmas thing in a while either. Not have any real family drama, is that like a lot of my extended family live pretty far away from where I'm at. Like I'll go visit my sister because she's like my real and true family, but otherwise I'm like, it's fun. Hey cat. One of these days I do, when you're getting really ornery, I do need to get me a laser pointer. Making sure that like the red doesn't come off. Not bleeding, just got way too much on. Which is funny because I really only needed like a couple of wax drops equivalent, but like for some reason a crazy amount came out of my thing, so whatever. I literally just wanted to do that. You like that seems. It's also got like he's got like little bullets built in where it's like it's actively ejecting the shells, which is kind of a neat detail. Such a super small detail, but I do like it. I do think it's neat. It's nice. All right. It's been storming like a monster here, and I just heard another thunder blast. I don't think we're in like, oh, the stream could end, it's storming that bad thing. I don't think so anyway. If I do suddenly cut out, that's probably what's going on, but I doubt it. Likes me enough. Hey, let's go. I think you're fine then, yeah. Yeah, you're just having like older sibling anxiety. No, you're fine. Fine. Well, so you always have the option of calling him at like 2 in the morning and be like, "Do you hate me?" No, don't do that. But I think you two are fine. I think you two are fine. I do think that is just like sometimes that like you just have to get older for sibling relations to like truly like click, if that makes any sense. That sounds like you're like way already there. All right, there we go. What do I do? So I want these to be effectively like orc, like shields. So I'm going to wrong brush. I need a messier brush for this. I want some of these to be red. I want some of these to be checkerboard, and I'm debating maybe doing like yellow, maybe. I figure like if I like how deep into the orc armory do I like different colors do I want to get? doing this little technique because I really want the textures to be there. You know, there it works. I think if I do 2 checkerboards, he's the sergeant. He's got to do that. I mean, Hazard Stripes. The problem is, like, Hazard Stripes are usually associated with Iron Warriors. I'm like a little wary about that. I'm a little. I mean, I don't think they're a bad idea though. I might just need to relook up Orc clans just so I can get like another like refresher. I know yellow's pretty big for stuff. Here's some other patterny things. I got it. Iron to have rust. True. I guess I could also. I also could rust up a bit. Because I also could do red on one and then like striped on the other, checkerboard on the other, just like maybe not have a third. That might be kind of nice actually to keep the palette lighter. Well, some of them do, but I'm doing like orc checkers like really messy, if that makes any sense. Yeah, maybe I'll do orange and maybe I'll do so. For these guys, the idea is that they loot a lot of stuff on the battlefield. So I'm going with the idea that like to reinforce their suits like against like hail of like orc gunfire, and these guys got like the stronger armor on anyway than like the Gravis armor is basically like Primaris Terminator armor before they brought back Terminator armor, because turns out people love Terminator armor. Games Workshop, you dumb fucks. I don't hate the Primaris, but they made some like really weird decisions. I know they were trying to like modernize the line, but it's like so much baby was thrown out with so much bathwater. Yeah, but let's do leather brown on that, and then I'll do splotchy yellow on top of that for funs. First. Probably freehanding. If I was trying to do like nicer looking checkers, maybe I would try like to be a little bit more like that, but like once again, orc checkers are made to be shitty, so I'm okay. I'm okay with doing that. Like even the that one's actually split in a way that I should actually make that part red. Yeah, for continuity of part. Well, it's fine. Oh, yeah, whatever, it's fine. It looks like this leather brown does look pretty good when stippled like this. And the other one will be wait. Fuck. Okay, if I'm doing this, this will be checkerboard. Actually, how about this? This will be checkerboard because I meant to split those up a bit more evenly, and I goofed. I fucking goofed and accidentally redded this guy already. And I need the big part on the leader to have checkerboard. The leader's gotta have checkerboard, you know. He's gotta. I love it. Oh yeah, the 11th did. I mean, to be fair, I've been using all my Horus Heresy helmets and 3D prints, so I'm not like out for helmets. But yeah. The new kits are pretty legit. I'm gonna start. I'm gonna start white. I think I've gone different ways where it's like I started black and built up to white. I guess I got this like. Sorry, just hear big boom. Big thunder boom. Yeah, let's use Vallejo Elfic Flesh, which is like kind of like, oh, hold on. Not really off-white. Oh. I have a dedicated off-white somewhere. There we go, I found it. Vallejo off-white. Spoilers. Oh yeah, for sure. Like I got I found this guy in my friend's lot. So here's like a regular Beaky from God who knows when, but like it's got a Slaughter base, so clearly it's on the older side. Mind you, these guys are bad examples because they're thicker, but like it's fucking crazy how much bigger they are. I still probably want to, like, you know, finding a Beaky in the wild's kind of rare, so I still kind of want to paint this guy up Rust Vulture style. Maybe just put him on, like, a really, really big base. Because that's the thing you can do. Like, you know, it's not perfect, but if you put on a big honkin' base, if you put a big honkin' base on your guy, it's basically like, that's well, not a pun attempt, that's just me saying words. It can fix it. It can do some shit. I also fully am very weird that I don't care about consistent scale in any of my armies. I'm not a big consistent scale guy. I personally don't give too much of a fuck. I guess I could even leave the little red bits too. I feel like an orc would. I'm trying to think because like originally I was like, well, these guys have repurposed orc shields, but I think I'm going with more that like these were like fronts of like vehicles, like they took like bits of like truck doors and whatnot, and did this. And I'll probably just do like a really lazy like one row of checkerboard on you. That feels right. It's gonna be fun though. I love adding the orc bits to these marines. It's super fun. I kind of get it. I was like, orc players at last I see as I'm going in the reverse direction. It would be fun to have like I think if I ever did do an orc thing, I mean, we already play older editions, but I would really want to do like, I know there was some rule set where orcs could make custom vehicles. Like there was like a whole chart of like, you take this vehicle and you add these modifiers and it can do some shit. Where you basically build like super in-depth custom vehicles. I would do the fuck out of that. That'd be great. I would do army stuff with that, but like a lot of other iterations of orcs, I'm kind of, yeah, exactly. Just like loot a bunch of vehicles. I think that would be fun. I'm gonna be very lazy and use the Vallejo bright red. But to be fair, that's what I'm talking about. It's like the idea of that project is really cool, but like the logistics of it is a lot. So it's very likely never going to happen. I have so many other things I need to reach before I even get to that point, like even slightly. Oh, look how good this looks now. Fuck yeah, let's go. It's the appropriately level of fuck you tarnished. Well, thank you. Thank you. Here. Oh, there we go. It's like right before I decided to put the paint on there, which is a good time to catch me for some drink. There we go. Let's go. I do also think we also, like, my local scene now has, it's like a decent amount of orc players already too, so it's not like I even really need to like branch out. I guess need is a strong word. If I want to, I can, but like, I also do got my Armageddon orcs to do some stuff. I do have a project for them in mind though, but it's very, very, we're not far off. Like I said, I gotta finish my video. I gotta finish my Mordheim Skaven team, which is getting very close. I just haven't painted it in like 2 weeks because I don't know, variety, I guess. And I need to do my Lost in the Damned, which at this point is, at least I got like the Lehman Rust built. I mean, it's not fully kit bashed, but like I found this guy. Oh fuck! Hey, I yanked my mouse backwards. Hold on. How did I do that? I somehow got my toe wrapped around. Shouldn't be doing that. Wait, let me fish this bad boy, go man. Hope I don't like click a million billion things. Oh, it's so good. I just opened up my Quar bookmarks. How did this happen? I don't know. There we go. What was I doing? I totally forgot. I got so lost in the sauce of Rust. There we go. Him. There we go. I need to like, I mean, I'm going to do this kind of all like mushed up and chaosy anyway, so a lot of the like little scuff bits aren't super bad. But yeah, we got the laser destroyer. I got the spokes and side lasers, which I need to drill. I got the las cannon center. I need, you're going to notice that that's exposed because I want to do like a big glumpus of flesh coming out the back and then maybe onto the sides. And then maybe a little bit on the front, and then have like a bunch of like turnip 28 heads poking in the same direction. Lemon pig. I think it's too late this year. I missed my window for the lemon pig, so I'm just gonna write 2026 off for a loss for lemon pigs, and then 2027. Don't worry, lemons will be pigged for sure. Because I was like, oh, I really want to make my lemon pig a smash bash thing, and after the move, that just didn't really become real. Which is unfortunate, but it'd be like that sometimes. Weird, dingy yellow. We'll probably need another coat of yellow later. It does feel weird going a year without making one, though. It does feel very strange. I will give you that. I will give you that. Because what's really funny is right now I've currently been like really big on, I think I mentioned that I was starting to reread a book I got ages ago about organizing spaces for people with ADHD. It's fucking lemon stealing whores, I swear to God. But like I was using that to like, okay, like reorganize my place to be more efficient and like require me to like I had like a bunch of stuff in my closet that I didn't need to be there, and by like moving some shit around and getting rid of some like old shirts and stuff. I'm one of those people that like whenever a shirt becomes too old, it becomes pajamas. And that's not like a crazy thing. A lot of people do that. But then sometimes like pajama shirts will just stack up, and it's like, I don't need all these shirts. I don't need these. These are just making like actively finding things annoying. So it's like I got rid of them, and I was like, that was good. It's been nice. I've been doing shit like that. I was like, I could use the bold titanium white, but I kind of want this just to look a little like not as clean, I guess. Even though I'm gonna dirty it, but like, you know what I mean. This is well. But yeah, I need to figure out what I would do. So last year and the year before, like 2025 and 2026, both of them lemon pigs that I did were like resin things, and both of them kind of jackknifed in the same way. So I think I'm going to temporarily abandon resining the lemon pig. Yeah. See, you got like a proper recycle method, which is nice. I do have that thing though. Like I was introduced to the idea of like rag picking as like an old timey way of being thrifty, where you would go to like some place where they were getting rid of cloth and like ripping it up into rags and selling the rags. And I was like, oh, I would have absolutely done that at a different age. In an absolutely different age, that's the kind of bullshit I'd be doing. It's because like sometimes I was just like, well, I'm gonna get rid of this shirt. What can I do? What can I do with this shirt? And it's just that weird thing. It's like it's not like I don't throw stuff away. I do, but there is like a weird aversion to like throwing away something like that. Like I could throw out an old plate fine, but I'm like, old tattered shirt that is so faded that the design on it no longer really exists. I bet I could salvage this for raw materials. Maybe that's why I like Power World. Maybe in Power World, if I need to like salvage something for raw materials, I'm rewarded instead of like having a house filled with bullshit. Like, yes, the cathartic release of Power World. Sleep in my once favorite. See, I just use paper towels. I do use paper towels for mine, so, you know, different strokes and whatnot. But yeah, I don't know. But I do feel weird when I chuck shit like that. Yeah, I don't have any like family hand-me-down clothing like that, where like leather jackets or like once again, the only like weird like accessory heirloom I have is my mother's throwing star, which is just weird. Like, I mean, it's cool, and I'm glad that I have it, but it's like, that's not like a thing that I can like take out. Like, I guess I could, if I wanted to be like a real psycho, I could put that shit on a necklace. Be like, please, this is my family's emotional support ninja star. But it's like, that's not gonna, that shit's not gonna fly. I'm gonna be on a million FBI list in like 3 days. No. Also, it will hurt. Speak about, yeah, the ouch, it will hurt because, you know, it's spiky. Yeah, my emotional support switchblade, exactly. It's like that kind of thing. It's like, that's not gonna work. That's not how shit works here. Doink the top of this. Oh, fuck. Hold on. I said, oh, fuck, because I found a bonus purity seal. Just kicking around on the leg. Purity seals are my fucking bane. Yet, whenever, like, I have a sprue that has bonus purity seals, I'm like, ooh, I gotta save those for later in a little baggie. Once again, I have hobbies that reward my worst hoarder impulses at every turn. Because eventually those little purity seals in the baggie do come in handy, and I'm like, fuck. Why did they come in handy? They should have rotted in a bag for 10 years, and then I throw them out, and then I'm like, well, that's a lesson for holding on to stuff you don't need. I'm like, no. I do want to do that. There's a very specific picture of like a Nozomi fan from not from Hollow. Goddamn. I'm actually legitimately surprised there isn't a Nozomi in Hololive. I feel like that's a name that would have been used already. Like the same Vallejo paint I use for literally anything else. But see if I can find that guy real quick. But there's basically this guy who's like wearing like a big Nozomi kind of like Ida bag backpack, but also has like two. Let's see, the bag. Wait, I wonder if I can find this. See, Nozomi Love Live super fan. It's one of those like images that I cannot for the life of me source naturally. Oh, that's a really good. I've not interacted with Love Live in quite a while, but I did see this Nozomi Fumo, and it's really good. It's really, really, really good. Yeah, no, I can't find that picture. I'll have to see if I can track it down later. Look how good this Fumo is. It's just kind of like a good shape to it, if that makes any sense. It's like it's rounded just right. It's got like a nice little fun mouth shape. Good shit. All right, I'm running out of space. I'm running out of space again. It's fine. Which is a white phone. Hey, that's once again a Proxon is something that I should eventually get. I do need a Proxon one of these days, but it's like, where am I going to find the time to make 1,000,000 bricks? Yeah, I could maybe just do that on stream. I remember at one point I was talking about doing like a David Cage-a-thon for painting. And I did buy the games for that. I mean, mind you, they were like $5. It's not like a terrible financial investment. I wonder if the pro strat would actually be like how plays David Cage games while making foam bricks. And just make like 1,000,000 foam bricks. Dedicate hobby space. Not really. So like, for context, like my office is also my bedroom. So like, I have my big ass desk. I have my bed directly behind me, my closet with clothes to the right, my work from home station to the left, and some other miscellaneous shelving units and whatnot. I did, there is like a little bit, so, in order to get the rigging on my new outfit secured, I needed to delve into some of the other throne gifts to just kind of rip money from them. They were I was like, well, they're sitting for a while, and I kind of need this to get like paid off in a way if I can, so I can secure this. So I did pop into those. So that's what happened to like most of my things on Throne. Everything on Throne except for like that camera lens that someday I would still like to get, and then also the fucking Ken Penders comic. You know, the two important food groups. Right, this is like, this isn't quite right because like if I do it this way, the white is always going to be like a little weird. I need to do some touch up beyond that, but that's fine. That's fine. I can make this work. Once again, the nice thing about orcs is if any of their painting is really weird and shoddy, it's orcs. Who gives a shit? But yeah, no, I tapped into the already existing model fund, but I also tapped into the Proxon one, and there might have been one more. I don't think so. I think those were the two main ones. I could be misremembering though. So that was like that was like sometimes I do put stuff on Throne that's like I would like to remember that for myself. I was like, I'll put it on Throne just so I don't forget. It was just like a nice way to remember. I was like, it's been a while since I've read Johnny the Homicidal Maniac. It's like, yeah, that'd be fun to do. It'd be fun to reread that after like a million years. I used to own all of it, but like in that, I hate like loose comics. I know some people really like the flippy floppy little comics. I hate that form factor a lot. Mostly just because, yeah, over the years, all mine would just get like destroyed in moves and stuff like that. They just did not travel well. And I was a big Jonan Vasquez fanboy growing up. Still in the grand scheme of things, pretty casual, but serious enough that I distinctly remember wanting to work for slave labor graphics. I had like really, it was very weird. I did actually have like aspirations of becoming like a digital artist, but I just never did it right. Like I would draw, but like I didn't do any like I was like I never did like anatomy studies. I never like practiced. I drew comics, but for fun mostly. And it's I think weirdly I just didn't know what I was supposed to be doing. Like not that there was anything wrong with what I did. I still have some of my comics I drew back in that day. And they were not going to get into slave labor graphics at all. But like, do they still exist actually? I'm curious. For context, that was like the imprint that did. I think they released Joy the Homicidal Maniac later on, but also did like Lenore. Oh, there we go. Still says is. Still says is. What was the last thing they released? I'm not seeing any updates since like 2009 maybe, but like too stupid to quit, too mean to die. Hold on. I love that. Oh, that is a beautiful fucking, hold on. Can I get like that in like a higher resolution? I need to put their banner up. Hold on. Why is it so tiny? Fuck off. Oh, yeah, I could just do a screenshot. I'll just do a screenshot of this. It's so good. It's so good. But yeah, it looks like they're still selling shit. As Samurai Penguin circa 2026, July 14th. Oh shit, okay. Oh, that's like a... Oh, they got a... I feel like everyone has to have a podcast, to be fair. That tracks. There we go. There we go. Yeah, I wonder, like... I mean, that's the tricky thing with comics, where it's like, sometimes they, you know... They... Oh my god, establish, like... They're 40 goddamn years old. Hell yeah, let's go. Nice. Nice. Beautiful. It doesn't really match me as a person very well, but I do like it. It is very fun. But yeah, I have to imagine comics are one of those things that like, there's like 3 issues that are worth like $1 million billion, and then all the others are like, well, because that was like, that was the thing where it's like comics or Beanie Babies or the funny thing out of all the big trends that is somebody held on to them. Pokemon cards. Can you imagine being the guy who's like someday like because like that was the thing I heard. Like legitimately my adopted mother was like, don't worry, Hal. We're saving up these Beanie Babies. They're gonna pay your way into college. And what's the best way to say it? Even as a child, I was like mentally like, I don't think that's true. I don't think that's true. I liked having the Beanie Babies around because, they're toys. But that was never going to happen. If I remember right, there's one Beanie Baby that's worth something. It's a Princess Diana one. And specifically, there was like a weird variant where like they understuffed them with pellets or something. It's like they did something fucky with the stuffing. So like the only way you could even know if you have a rare one is to like put it on a scale. And I have to imagine people are like secretly cutting those up and like weighing them down, stuff like that. Yeah, I think like if you had like the first edition Charizard that was kept in good like condition, maybe. Pokemon cards are so alien to me where they are like a crazy collector market, but like, and I know VTuber friends of mine go apeshit for them and like crack open huge packs and they get like really excited. But like, I couldn't tell you what makes a rare Pokemon card different from a non-rare Pokemon. I mean, I know like the rarity symbols and like there's probably like a rarity system, but like why is this one worth a lot? I don't know. No idea. Anyway, looks like it's ad break time. I'll send you guys to the ad dimension where you'll suffer. No, I'll see you guys in a bit. Ah. Alright. We back. Welcome back, everybody. Welcome, 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 welcome. I was a lore master. If you're still kicking around, I saw your elf. It was very good. I like the little flower thingies you put inside the tornado. That was nice. That was a nice touch. How you doing, Art Lover? How you doing? How you doing? I'm working on my. Oh, I do like. God, it's... At some point, I need to glue them to base. Let's rip off that band-aid. Oh yeah, how you doing? How you doing? How you doing? Yeah, let's make it real. Tonight's the real goal was getting them glued onto a thing. So like, if I can just do it at the stage, I don't think he's that tight. Let me get the lad glued, and I'll definitely do that. There we go. You're a big kick-in. How you doing, Lord of Bones? How you doing? How you doing? I am currently working on my Space Marines, and they're turning out pretty good. Tricky thing is I need to layer. These guys come with big-ass fucking tactical rocks. And I know that the solution to that is I'm going to glue them in. I'm going to have to, like, use some dirt layering to, like, build that up. Yeah, something like this would work. It's going to require me to probably add some dirt texture into there. That's not the worst. Go. Yeah, that's not so bad. Say work home. Hey, let's go. Okay, I mean, let's go on the getting the game in. Hell yeah, let's go. But yeah, hopefully work does not fuck your shit over and you get to play game. At one point, I feel like I had these lined up where it's like one of them had a dedicated base that kind of matched, but I don't think that's been true for I could be a little sneaky. Clip some rock bullshit. I don't know why I didn't do this earlier, but go destroying tactical rock live on stream. I have to be a little careful. I think I might have snipped a little bit of the back of that, but like not in a totally bad. Nice thing if you like snip off the tactical rock and you fuck up, you can always just cover that in dirt. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, how you doing, Fuber? Do beat the Rusty Boys. I'm trying to get them on bases now because oh yeah, let's go fit much better. I should do that with the other one, but not the biggest deal in the world. Yeah, there we go though. How you doing? I would still give both of them like I have like a dirt texture which I'm gonna apply, which I think is gonna help like kind of even them in. Oh, thank you. I still got a lot more to go. These guys are not done either, but they're sort of like the idea of like what is going to be the general idea. The bases are cork, rocks, sand, and Vallejo mud texture. Also, some of the little chunks are like 3D printed little bits from Zabavka's like I think he did like a Mad Max set or something like that. Like it's that kind of sort of terrain. I could actually use my wonderful mystery jar as well. See that? Okay, so that foot fits reasonably well on there. Yeah, the problem is what I've been doing lately is that when I've been applying dirt, the rocks have been kind of making it like a bit. I'll like build the guy's texture out. I'll be like, oh, this is gonna fit pretty well on here. And then what will happen is that like the more I work with them, the more I'm like, oh, this isn't gonna sit right anymore. I've added too many details to the base. So what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna apply this like mud texture. I got this like, technically this is a rubber like sculpting tool. I have, luckily because of the rubber, it doesn't, or it's the silicone, I think it's a silicone thing. where it's like it just doesn't like to cling to anything, but like the, you know, the rest of it is dirty shit. I have covered this thing in so much base crust, and that's okay. This one does. And this is gonna go over the foot a little bit, and I don't care. That's why like I'm like not super caring about getting like the bottom of the foot suit all the way detailed. And I'll very likely paint this once it's dry, but I need to get that. Oh, there's like some glue in there. I need to use this to level his ass out. I paint this like tan, because I was already kind of using a little bit of like tan in here. I could paint it the same color as everything else, or just kind of mess around with it. Build up body. On the other side. Other side has some stuff. Have I done any foresty minis? Oh yeah, the ATRT. That was gonna be my rebel style, which I just have not really done a lot with. But yeah, like this guy. Got like a foresty, woodsy base. He's another one of those, like, I did pretty good, and I need to go back and do, like, these last couple of touch-up finishes, but I just haven't done that in a while. Is Legion your green army? I mean, Turnip is technically my green army, but I do want to have a lot of greens and blues in the Legion army. Weirdly enough, I think at this point, I now actually have a proper amount of green armies. But I really don't have any blue. I have a lot of purple, I have a lot of red. Purple and red are sort of like my big colors. I think red's more so than purple, really. Each all across with like just like a little bit of crust on there. I keep forgetting that like I need to let that sit because he's got like a little divot that needs filled anyway. Could bulk it out with some sand maybe if I really wanted to, but I don't think that's super necessary at this stage. And just add a little bit more. Yeah, we be crusting. Let's go. Let's go. All right, so that's looking pretty good. Okay, you. How's this guy looking? This foot is rusting precariously, but like not in like a way that I think I need to like adjust. It's got like a little bit of hang. Nothing super crazy. Now this motherfucker needs some dirt. Needs some dirt real bad. What if I could just like I think I need to just big glob it. Oh yeah, let's go. Yeah, I used to use the Vallejo like dark earth, and I just kind of switched to the mud texture. I don't know necessarily if I'll stick with it or not. Basically, the mud texture has kind of it's a bit easier to put on. But it's also like got like less inherent grit to it, which I usually tend to add grit myself whenever I work on some minis. Like I got like a bunch of sand and rocks and stuff. And like the color usually doesn't matter because I always typically paint over this anyway. To get all that shit covered up. Eventually I'm gonna be using a bunch of like pigment textures anyway, so like this color is definitely not long for this world. Get some freaking Uma jams. I keep forgetting that Uma stuff is a thing. Like it's definitely like calmed down to more reasonable levels, but like because I'm not playing the game or reading the anime. What's happening here? Watching the anime. It's kind of went back to like a more, I don't know, like not like I don't know, like more normal fandom levels for a thing, which has been nice. Maybe someday I'll watch the anime. I don't know. There's other ones I gotta get to. I gotta watch more Simone. I finished the first disc of Simone a while back, and I just have not popped in the second fucking disc. Yeah, because like tile grout you have to watch out for. Like I've had good luck with tile grout, but like I've never used it on stream because if that shit gets in your lungs, you know it hardens real bad. So like a lot of my painting style is dictated by like what can I do on stream really. Yeah, I heard about the auto training, and I don't really know exactly what that does yet. Got some like, weird layering on it. Like you just set, can you like auto spark form, I guess? I don't know. I still think even then I realistically don't have like a huge desire to get into like a time sink gacha game, even if it plays itself. I'll just watch like Cinderella Grey or whatever movies I keep hearing are actually like pretty amazing. I wish I might need to eventually invest in some like other terrain. Like at one point I had one of those like stupid Games Workshop like little spatula things for applying paste. And I don't know what happened to it. I don't know if I was like, ugh, fuck this, I don't need this anymore. Because for a while I was brushing it on. And that kind of, I mean, that does work, but it, you know, it destroys your brushes really quick. So this is like I get like brush-ish control, I guess. 5-year-old autistic dingus. I mean, Andrew WK is pretty legit. I only really think about his party song a lot, which I think that's just because it was on Aqua Teen a couple, maybe like once or twice. Nick Parrot Uma's a racist. Just wait 15 minutes. Well, that's not too bad. I guess at that point you can kind of treat Uma like an idol, like not IDOL, but IDLE kind of game. I mean, because like, it's already an IDOL game for sure. Get the songs and whatnot. Get your delightful Uma jams. Yeah, but you know, I'm okay with it. Because there's still like, oh, don't let that there. Don't let that there. There we go. Oh, my paper towel was like on a different shelf. What the fuck? There. I do think it's a cool idea that they introduced that though. I mean, like conceptually it seems neat, but it's also kind of like, oh, you did realize that playing your game is aggravating when you're not doing like a big event. So like, it's just kind of one of those things. It's like, why did you make it this way then? I guess for a while, the first couple of times is fun. I guess when you have to do it like a million times, that's where it's like the attrition rate builds up. Tricky thing is you have to occasionally like scrape the drying crust off of this tool, and then I gotta basically sacrifice a towel. Yeah, it was like the last real gacha game I've played in a while. I'm a little curious about Hollow Dreams, just because like it's been a while since I played a rhythm gacha game, and I did enjoy like not Idolmaster. I never got to play Idolmaster. I wonder if there's actually like a decent amount of Idolmasters, because like I know Idolmaster is mostly another gacha game series these days, but I do remember there was like Idolmasters for like the 360, but in Japan only. I remember the guy behind Berserk was sort of like famous slash infamous for like not working on his manga and playing Idolmaster, which honestly, king shit. Oh yeah, they did do that fucking AI. I know. Man. Fucking worst. Box hell yeah, let's go. I think because like in arcades, my favorite rhythm game is Waka, but that's just because like I don't know why Waka gripped me so hard. Like when I play arcades with other rhythm games, like there are newer rhythm games that are still pretty good, but I don't know if like I do like the aesthetic of the Waka characters a lot too. But I guess maybe I fuck with the designs and I just like playing the game a lot, so it's like yeah, that's all you really need. That's all you really need in a rhythm game. I found out a guide because like I did the thing where it's like you can, so I don't know if this feature was really super useful, but the idea of salting an email, where basically you'll do like email name at google.com, at gmail.com, but I forget exactly where you put it, but somewhere in there you put like a +1, and it effectively treats it like a separate account, but also like all the emails redirect back to the same place. I remember doing that and was able to like do a bunch of rerolling for Grand Blue. I used to actually play Grand Blue very casually, but like casually to the point where I never got an Eternal because I was like, fuck this. Because it drove me nuts because like Grand Blue was like the most I've ever felt like a gacha game felt like a proper JRPG. Where it's like, oh, I'm going on a grand adventure and like, you know, got all the character archetypes and the world was neat and the idea of primals was pretty cool. And I was like, oh, this is actually pretty fun. But then it's like, oh yeah, no, eventually the grind blue sets in and you're like, oh, I am no longer having fun with video game. I am no longer having fun with video game. It is now job. And then if you get really big into Grand Blue, they have like, they effectively have like big guild PvP events where you just have to grind the event over and over and over again. Like I've known like people that are like, hey, I need to call off work for a week because the fucking like whatever they call those. I forget what the big like guild battle thing was, but then people got fucking locked in. And then, you know, if you want to do good at that, you got to like hold up on like energy restoration potions and get optimized teams and then run that a million billion times in a row. And it sucked because like the gameplay was genuinely pretty fun. The story was pretty fun. The art style is gorgeous. It's got a really good art style. And like another one of those like would have been like, you know, the game came out too late. I was really looking forward to Relink because I was like, it'd be super fun to play this game in a system that's not fucking gacha. But then I didn't. Because it came out, and then I was like, I don't got time for this. I got time to play dumb games. And then I did not play it. I say dumb games, but I generally enjoy the games I play on stream. Other than Superman 64, but even then it's been a while since I've given that one a spin. It's been a hot minute since I gave that motherfucker a spin. That might be a turn. Yeah, God, it fucking sucks. Like that's just kind of going back to earlier where it's like, yeah, no, it sucks when like the things get worse and there's no real benefit to that. My Pepsi Man relationship is love-hate. I think it's a really interesting game because it's just wild. And playing it makes me sad because the levels are mean when they shouldn't be. Because it's Pepsi Man. Why did you make Pepsi Man a mean game? But I still like it anyway. But yeah, no, I've dabbled in a couple of different gachas over the years, and like after like a while, they just make me lose interest, and I just stop playing them. So, like I might play Hollow Dreams just because like I could treat it more like just like, yeah, I'm just playing rhythm game. I don't need max score, but I know eventually Hollow Dreams is going to like introduce like an event that requires me to grind, and then I'm just gonna be like, I'm out. I'm out. Listen, I would love to have a special Kanatan reward, but like, no, I'm good. I'm good. That's weird. I don't know if I'd consider Kanatan my Hollow Oshi or not, but I did really like Kanatan. I thought she was just like a fun creature trying her best. I don't even know what fucking Ashes of Creation is, to be honest. There are worlds of games out there that I've not even heard of. Oh, all right. Let's let that dry a little bit. I think I can't really paint the gunk very well at the moment on the base. But I can start hitting up the various orangey bit. Especially now. Okay, now I'm really curious because when I was using the bright orange earlier, a lot of it was just rubbing off, and I was like, what's happening here? And I guess maybe like I would like sponge it and it would come off. But I wonder, buy and beta. Oh, that's simple. Sorry, I just did that really cool thing where I drank too much water, and that was a mistake. Balls at it all the time. Oh, okay. It sucks that it died then. Get that. Yeah, that's what good paint sounds like. Oh fuck. Okay, so this is what happened with the red paint. So I guess if you shake it up like a ton, there's a chance that like the pressure will cause it to just explode out the cap, but also that's how you get smooth paint. So, interesting. I'm learning new behaviors about pro acryl paints that are like not great, but the paint is good, so I'm willing to put up with it. Yeah, like I'm trying to think of like the last new MMO I remember seeing. It was that That fucking like Amazon Conquistador one. I feel like that one died, but I couldn't tell you what happened to it. Like Mage Rogue class. Oh, okay, I could see that. Yeah, if you combine those two classes, I could see the end result being very Cabal coded. I could totally see it. Oh, fuck. Oh, that's not good. I might just need to be really careful with sponging on this guy. This guy's got very interesting angles. Oh yeah, Amazon was the one who was doing it. Well, shit. I feel about finding this orange. I don't know if I'm feeling it or not. Yeah, it does look pretty good. Yeah, I guess I just need to be more careful a little bit. I'll keep doing that. Worst case, I can always touch it up with the brush later. Yeah, it does seem to... Okay, this is preventing that issue I was having where some of it, like, when I would sponge, would actually, like, rip from the sponge. I guess it was just too thin. Oh, yeah, I was about to say, I had, like, a tangent thought, and I did not complete the circuit and actually have it leave my lips. Apparently, there's been a leak on Roll20 showing that there's going to be a WoW, 5th edition crossover thing, which is funny for me in a couple different ways. Because, like, I do remember 4th edition back in the day was called the WoW edition, but both 3.5 and 5th edition are the ones with official WoW source books, which is really fucking goofy. I don't know, I guess, like, is that... On one hand, it almost feels like it's too late. Like Wizard of the Coast is always strange where, like, they seem to do crossovers when, like, things are on, like, almost like their deathbed or whatever. I could be wrong, though. Like, maybe I guess maybe I'm also biased because a lot of my friends are big, like, Final Fantasy 14 heads. So maybe they're not going like, yeah, WoW's dead, but, like, I don't really hear about WoW very much these days. Yeah, I don't think sponges. They're just their angles are all jorked up. I guess I'll paint like a regular guy. Oh man. I do like painting like a regular guy, that's what I do. But yeah, I don't know. I'm not that I'd play it or anything though. My involvement of WoW is basically nothing. But it's just weird that that's coming out now. Like, I don't know. I do also maybe kind of wonder if, like, this might be a weird repercussion of, like, the Universes Beyond stuff in Magic, where Wizards is like, we were able to revitalize this brand with crossovers. D&D historically makes us, like, $0 because, like, funding TRPGs is not how you make $1 million. I wonder if that's just going to be the thing now that, like, maybe every year they'll be like, oh, this is the new source book for X setting. Like, I would not be surprised if that's the route they decide to go. Like I said, like, the Universe Beyond stuff has been doing stupid well for Magic. Ironically, I feel like if Wizards of the Coast really wanted to whore out with that, they all they would need to do is really bring back some of the licensing they used way back in the day. Just being like, yeah, we got the D20 system. It's universal, baby. All the games are using it. But I guess, but maybe probably in a more controlled sense, like more in-house. So you won't get people like Monty Cook making Monty Cook's World of Darkness featuring the D20 system, which is still an amazing relic that I own. Been pretty good. Yeah, I feel like it doesn't really feel fully like a Rust Vulture until I get to this orange. Until I get to the actual, like, orange. And then that's where all the questionable little bits are. I'm like, I don't know, this feels kind of like weird. Kind of crusty and maybe not quite orange enough, but then you start, yeah boy, let's fucking go. Let's get them fucking wings. Actually, I've figured I got like the regular infantry ready to party with like enamels too. Just really just the speeder. It's still weird to me that the speeder was the first thing that I completed out of all these. That I would have expected that to be like the capstone, but no, we just kind of did that. Just kind of did that in order, like reverse order. I did not get their heads yet, though. I mean, I have their heads. They're sitting around. I guess I could start work. I guess I could start working on their heads like 30 minutes before the end of the stream. I mean, I could. Well, I actually do wonder if maybe I'd be better served with like, cause like, there we go. That is like, I could do that thing that a lot of people do where they'll actually like drill a hole in the bottom and glue like a toothpick in there. But really, I don't think I'm going to go super nuts on their heads. A lot of times that level of head detail is for like people doing like actually like, I don't have a barefaced Rust Vulture yet. I feel like one of these days I will. Like I feel like at some point it needs to happen. Oh shit! Hold on, I'm being immediately punished for my hubris. Go, man. Oh, that's not so bad. There we go. I was super worried about these little leg nubbins. I was like, oh no, I fucked up. I fucked up when they glue them on, but I still feel okay about this. This isn't too bad. This isn't too bad. It's also kind of interesting now that like a lot of those like trashy like source books from back in the day are actually kind of like worth something now. I'm kind of kicking myself over this, but I remember for a while my used bookstore shop of choice had the like, I think it was the world's largest dungeon, or they had like something that was very similar to it. Maybe the world's largest city, because like that was. I think they still make those sometimes. It's never been an official thing, but like third-party people have made these. Where the entire, let me zoom out to medium. Actually, I think I'm. Well, I don't know. I'm torn. It's like if I'm almost getting too close. Actually, hold on. I kind of forget sometimes that I can actually adjust the camera itself and not just like my arbitrary zoom breakpoints. But it was basically like one of those like mega dungeons like you start at level 1 and you go all the way to level 20. Which is buck wild because most campaigns never get to that point. You know what I might want to try? When I was trying to figure out the Duncan Rhodes like matte mix, I picked up some glaze medium from Vallejo because I was like, well, my for some reason my shop just didn't have contrast medium. And I was kind of surprised because I assumed that's just like one of those things that like they would just have like infinite buckets of that, but no. I was like, well, I'll pick up some glaze medium, and I sat on it for a while. I was like, well, I don't want to be that guy who's like, I followed your recipe, but I did different ingredients and it didn't turn out good. What the fuck? I always love that for like, I'm not actively browsing like website recipe things these days, but you would always get those ones that were just like, somebody would have like a very specific recipe, and then this person would go in and be like, well, I followed your recipe, but actually I didn't because I changed every ingredient. Okay, it sucks. Sorry. 0 stars. Not a big fan. Ooh, actually. This glaze medium does behave really well. I didn't like, I basically just mix in like a couple of drops. Oh, okay. 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 I have to be really careful. I was like, why is my finger oh yeah, it's the dirt. It's the dirt. I guess if I really wanted to, I could switch to the heads because the heads won't be connected to the bodies. I could also work on the other lads. I might do that actually. That might be the ticket. Return from your exile. Welcome back, yo. Spoilers, I'm still painting Space Marines, but I'm trying out glaze medium from Vallejo, and it turns out I'm digging it. Yeah, I've used it. My shop has some, but like they basically were like, okay, we ordered this thing of the tooth and coats medium a while ago. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna let this guy sit for a bit. And they're like, we're never going to get more of this. So I was like, oh, okay. I was like, I don't want to get like super attached. Okay. So these guys, I rebased them a little bit. I was previously having them like, so there's like this little bit that I had like kind of dangling. Don't people hate Universes Beyond? Not really. So this is like so as somebody who occasionally follows like Mark Rosewater is a designer for Magic and has been for many years. He also used to write for Roseanne, a fact that he will always let you know. And you get like a bunch of weird, like it's hard to tell because like people will go. He has a Tumblr blog that he regularly answers. So for a lot of people, this is the closest they will ever go behind the curtain for how Magic runs. Now, this is like, well, there we go. So a lot of people will ask him questions about like, you know, they have thoughts about designs and stuff like that. And so how you doing, Jay? How you doing? Welcome. Hey, okay. If I can give you any pro tip, you can strip paint off of minis. It's not too hard. Isopropyl alcohol will just like soak them in that overnight. Boom. They're fine. The reason I'm letting you know this is because, actually I might just revert that to being gray. The reason I want you to know this is because a lot of people when they start out get that level of being afraid because they're afraid they're going to fuck over the mini and like it's going to be useless forever. And you're like, oh no, I wasted $40 on this. My life is pain. Don't worry. You can strip paint from minis pretty easily. If you take away any lesson about anything I'm talking about today, that's the big one. That's the big one. But yeah, no, we're sorry. Right now it's bitching about Magic Hour, so strap in. So Mark Rosewater has a Tumblr blog where he'll answer questions. And not all of them are complaints. Some of them will be like, oh, I had this thought about or this thought or whatever. But like, if you check on Wizards of the Coast's internal data, Universes Beyond is crazy selling. Like the Marvel set sold great, the Avatar set sold great. There have been some duds for like Ninja Turtles and Spider-Man. But for the most part, the strategy has been pretty sound. It's been every time they've released like a big hit Universes Beyond set, they make hand over fist and money. And a lot of times for them, the idea it's like sales good and also like based on their internal metrics, which they never really show, which kind of leads into like, I'd argue like it's hard to say how much of like, you can kind of like try to figure out what they mean by that. And sometimes you can take a charitable answer, sometimes you can't, but a lot of times it's like, basically like reading tea leaves. It might as well just be conspiracy theory and fortune telling. Yeah, but assuming Games Workshop plastic, so those would be fine. Those would be fine. But yeah, but pretty much like the implication is that Universes Beyond is selling really well, and any person who gets disgruntled about Universes Beyond and tends to leave, is unfortunately almost immediately replaced by somebody who is in the Universes Beyond. And thus, like, the happiness meter for Wizards of the Coast is still pretty high. Yeah, the fact that there's just so many sets is just also mind-boggling. Arguably, for me, more so than Universes Beyond. It's gonna happen. I'm not jazzed about it, but whatever. But it's like, man, there's so many fucking sets. There's so many fucking sets. We just got done with some sets, and now we're doing Hobbit spoilers. But also, they were showing Star Trek spoilers, which I won't be buying. But yeah, honestly, a lot of like just dry brushing or sponging gray for Space Wolves does get you pretty far, which is nice. Yeah. So at the end of the day, it's like Wizards of the Coast has basically said like, well, based on what we're seeing, people like Universes Beyond, and there's not much we can really do otherwise, other than just not buy Universes Beyond. And in that case, voting with your wallet means that like your wallet's not big enough to meaningfully move the needle. So, I think that's why I still enjoy playing Magic with my crew, but I do feel myself beginning to like feel less and less driven to do so. I'm just like, oh, if I show up, I show up. And I used to be like, yeah, I can't wait for Magic Night. I'm just burnt out. I don't think I've ever told them yet though, because unfortunately they're like, if I don't play Magic, I probably just don't see them. And they're nice people and everything, so like I'll still keep up the ghost for at least a little bit. I would not be surprised if there's a point where I'm just not showing up the Magic Night, guys. This game is bumming me out. See, I think it needs to get some gray on some of these. Oh. Like, there's some like weird, interesting, lingering issues where it's like, I like the also too, everybody is way more lax on Universes Beyond crossovers if it's a thing they like. I enjoyed the Warhammer decks. They were fun for what they were. But those decks have like a lot of cards now that have only been printed once and are now like $30. Like basically everything in the Necron deck is basically like reasonably valuable now, unless it's like an absolute garbage town card. So it's like when are those going to be reprinted? How are those going to be reprinted? Can you do that? Are you going to make they can make their own Universes Within versions, but are they going to? There's no indication they're going to. I don't know when they would. There's no time to do that. They're releasing 6 sets a year, 7 sets this year, and I believe 6 sets next year. So there's not really room for a reprint set as far as I'm aware. So those cards just going to be expensive forever now? I got those because I bought all the decks because I make poor financial choices. But are some people just going to be like forever Necron-less? Like that's an issue, but that's not one that's been like answered satisfyingly. It also is tricky too with the whole Mark Rosewater Blogatog thing. Because like sometimes they will take articulate answers, but it's like if you open a public facing Ask blog, it's really easy to kind of like warp the results around you to kind of match just by being selective with your answers. Like if somebody's like, I have a series of points about things that I have concerns about. And like, yeah, you can like PR guy your way out of that. But if somebody's like, I think you ruined magic and you're stupid and I'm going to say a slur at you. You can just poke that response up, bump it up on the list and be like, very suspicious that all these Universes Beyond people like to say slurs. Not quite that bad, mind you. This is a very hyperbole scenario. But it's really easy to pick like just some like overexcited idiot and just use them as like the face in order to kind of like distract from shit. And it's tricky. It's tricky. But yeah, pretty much. Everything Matthew says is pretty solid. Luckily, I will say a nice thing too, because you're I'm doing a custom little chapter, but the fact that you are doing Space Wolves is going to be really nice because a lot of people like Space Wolves, and there's going to be a million tutorials on how to paint Space Wolves. Like, I'll still answer any questions you got tonight because that's what I love doing that shit. But like, if you're ever like, man, how do I do like a good looking Space Wolves pelt? Or like, I like, also if you're looking for inspiration, I think like the regular blue of them is pretty legit. Look at Horus Heresy era Space Wolves. I think those got like really bitchin' looking color choices. I think most of the legions have better looking Horus Heresy color choices. Personally, that's my personal thing. Which I didn't want, but it's fine. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I mean, it sucks because that also means you can't dry brush it super well. But yeah, no, I agree. It's like Space Marines. Like, that's the tricky thing that like Fantasy had a rough time because they didn't have a good army like Space Marines that are just like. When I say good army, I mean like friendly for new people to paint and do stuff with. Stormcast are definitely better at that for sure. Absolutely. Yeah, I'm also in agreement that I prefer. So, if you can, I would recommend like Army Painter, like anything with like there's like the War Paints Fanatic ranges are pretty good, pretty cheap, pretty solid. Vallejo is a like pretty common. These are really shiny, really common brand. Also really good. I like these Pro Acro paints, the Monument Hobbies Pro Acro line. It's tricky though because like also too, if you live in an area where there's just Games Workshop, you'll be fine. Their paints aren't the worst. It's just that as somebody who has been in the hobby for a while, I've been long enough that it's like I have preferences, and that's just my own. That's all my own thing. But I do agree that dropper balls are gonna be nicer. And hey, and the Jada Jackalope, thank you for the follow and welcome to the workshop. I will let you know that we do have a regular other Jay, so you two will have to fight to the death. You've already signed your contract. Grab your gladiator gear. Also, how you doing, Evan? How you doing? Yeah, AK stuff is pretty good too. A lot of my no, I'm just giving a shit. You're fine. A lot of my paint choices are dictated by what I can buy locally. J2, the sequel to Myst. Stupid joke. But like, I would totally buy more AK if they weren't online. And I still use like the dark wash I use is AK, my enamel wash of choice. But it's what's it called? The fact that a lot of the AK stuff is just not local makes it harder for me to use on a regular basis. So you don't. This I talk about. It's like I think it'd be honestly. I think every Marine song would be great to play if they, assuming that they, like, if Hollow Dreams has Unison, I might just download that game for that because I fucking love Unison. Unison's such a good fucking song. I still think Unison to date is my favorite VTuber song because it doesn't sound like a VTuber song. Not that VTuber songs sound bad, but like there is like when I say VTuber song, you have like a general idea of what that means in your mind. Well, I find Unison to be really cool because it kind of does its own thing. Like, oh, this is neat. This is nice. Yeah, the other J does do a ludicrous amount of puns, so you either two might bond or fight. We'll find out. Hey, Dunklin Squad, how you doing? How you doing? I'm painting the lads. Yeah, because yeah, local paint is always going to be the big thing. Where it's like you can order. Unfortunately, paints ship really bad. Like I've ordered like AKA. Oh, okay, no, you're gonna get all great here. You're in good company. Yeah, I've had like paints like burst on me like during shipment, stuff like that. So honestly, a lot of times my choices are dictated by like what I can find locally. Which is Army Painter, Pro Acryl, Vallejo, Citadel, and then like my shop does have a very, very, very small section of tooth and coats, which is mostly depleted. And I really just don't get anything from that because I'm like, well, once that's gone, it's gone. So like, I don't want to get attached. Yeah, I don't buy a crazy amount of paint these days, but like, I have a lot of paint. I've downsized my paint collection. I still have a lot of paint. I brought in a bunch of paints to my used shop like maybe a couple months ago. They were really jazzed about it. Oh god, how hard is it to pop your thumb back in? Is that like, I can do this, pop, be fine? Or is this like, oh, I gotta go to the doctor. You gotta go to the doctor now. Hopefully it's not too crazy. This guy's base should be like... Okay, the glue, okay, the goop is still a little damp, but it doesn't look like it's gonna shift too much. Oh, do you got like a general hypermobility condition, or is it just like you got the what the medical people call loose thumb? That'll be fine. Yeah, just gotta optimize thumb bending for quicker painting. It's the true power. Get that glaze. God, this glaze medium's kind of fun. I guess I don't think I've fucked around with dedicated glaze medium. I've got that like paint thinner this just flows nice right out of the bottle. Oh yeah. 10K on this hobby. Some days I shudder to think about how much collectively I spent on this hobby over the years. I mean, I could say the same thing about VTubing, but I know roughly how much I've spent on this hobby just in terms of just pure VTubing stuff. Not great. New models reminded me, not great, but also, like, I could be spending way more. People go way more apeshit, and my models have been relatively cheap, all things considered. I'm not bad cheap, as in just like I've been very frugal about, like, you know, I found like good artists, I found like someone who's good at rigging, and everything is priced just right for my broke ass. So it's gonna be good. I'm super excited for it now. Super excited about that. You're saying like the hobby of dislocating your thumb, your thumb. I don't know. You could be really good at thumb wrestling. I only recently learned that like competitive like pillow fights exist, but from what I understand that they're this could be bullshit. But from what I was briefly seeing was that apparently you can kind of just do whatever you want as long as it's through a pillow, like a big heavy duty pillow. So like people are like punching each other through that. I had to double check because it's one of those things. I was like, this could be true. I could be getting duped. Like, it's so much easier to be bamboozled these days. How you doing, Mittens? How you doing? How you doing? I don't know if there's a pillow met or not. But dude, let's see if I can find this picture, or at least something similar to what I'm thinking of. I was recently I found out about professional pillow fighting. Like, I know there's professional slapping, and that's just mostly two people giving each other brain trauma. Also, there's a guy with a beard that dresses up like the Joker. I will say, this does strike me as another one of those, oh, this is a sport that will give you brain damage. But this image does look really tough, though. That does look pretty great, but yeah, no, I would not be surprised if those are, like, pretty heavy. Oh, chess boxing is the thing, yeah, but it's not like an actual sport, it's just something people will do. Like, I could be wrong, though, like, I don't think you can go to ESPN and watch that, but maybe, I could be wrong. Work has been eating you alive, damn. Well, hang in there, yo. Hang in there, I believe. But it's like, yeah, it's like, I was like, and that, it seems like so many times, yeah, like, yeah, CTE risk, yeah. Like, CTE is so weird because it's like, we know about it. We know based on football that, like, everybody's getting fucking, like, Swiss cheese brain. Because basically, if I remember right, it's been a while since I looked into CTE, but the general idea from what I've heard about it is, like, your brain releases sort of, like, effectively like a chemical or something. It's like a chemical or some hormone or whatever that basically, like, does, like, a quick little patch job whenever there's, like, a tear, like a rupture in there. And, like, you know, people fall down all the time, so that's a good thing to have. But if your entire job is just beating your head against effectively just, like, you know, walls of meat constantly, that builds up, and then you just basically got layers and you basically finally marble your brain, which it's like, oh man, that is awful. That's why a lot of people that they come, like, they're in the NFL as, like, you know, making millions of dollars, and then they leave with, like, soup for brains, and then they don't get, all their money goes to, like, expensive medical treatments, or they blow it on things because they just don't know better, because it turns out they weren't, like, conditioned to spend money responsibly, you know? Oh, you know, apparently that was a thing for a while where it's like, a lot of this comes from me watching a podcast, so I'm not, like, a CTE expert or anything. But, like, yeah, just, like, straight up people that are like, I am so riddled by this that, like, I'm going to take my own life, but I'm going to let you know in advance so that way you can collect my brain. Because, like, apparently CTE is only really super able to be tested. Maybe this has changed since then. But I remember it's kind of hard to detect, like, actual signs of it. Like, I mean, you could guess, but, like typically you want to, like, cut open that bad boy to look at the folds, more or less, to, like, figure out someone really had CTE. I don't even know what the fuck cauliflower is. That sounds bad. I don't know what it is, but it doesn't sound good. Oh, true. Yeah, that's the thing. Yeah, a lot of people are like, yeah, no, that, like, you know, you come from a family that doesn't have a lot of money. You don't have a lot of financial mobility, but if you train and suffer ludicrous head trauma, you could be a millionaire. And then, you know, lose that. But, like, how you doing, Majide? How you doing? We're talking about CTE. You know, fun things on the stream. Only fun things on twitch.tv/Almanac. But yeah, I'm working on my Rust Vultures a bit. These boys are glued onto their bases. And I'm currently doing a little bit of a, like, I found out that the Pro Acryl paints blend really well with this glaze medium. I've been enjoying the glaze medium admixture to it. So, oh god, that sounds awful. Oh, that sounds fucking awful. Holy shit. Super bad. Oh, I don't like that. Oh. That's why I don't understand people, like medical stuff's so expensive. I don't understand, like, people my age who just go, like, mountain climbing. Like, I'm sure it's really cool, and I'm sure you get to see the top of a mountain and it's life-changing and whatnot, but the idea that, like, a regular injury can just fuck your shit up, and then all these people in professional sports are rocking, like, turbo super injuries, I'm like, oh, God. Oh, Jesus, fuck. Awful. And you also, like, yeah, definitely need to, like, blend these, like, the more I do that, the better it is. Still not great, though. Reprinted Wolfen. Oh, yeah. I have to imagine they look pretty legit because it's really hard to make Wolfen that look worse than the official Games Workshop ones. How you doing, Order Dusk? How you doing? How you doing? The actual official ones are so bad. But yeah, I'm sure your printed ones are gonna look hella legit. Hell yeah, let's go. Which is sad because I actually think Wolfen as a concept are kind of neat. And like their older incarnations for models are just like, you know, kind of like heads that you can put on regular marine bodies, and then you look at the current ones and you're like, oh, these are not good. These are not good. Oh yeah, like free climbing and shit. Yeah. I don't know, man. It's like the fact that like an errant medical bill can just fuck up your life, and there's fucking like people my age are like, oh, I love mountain climbing. I'm like, to be fair, maybe that's like a like they're wealthy enough for that. Like maybe that's a thing you do to show off when you're rich, and it's like you just go and do dangerous sports. You're just like, fuck it, I'm climbing this mountain. I don't care, because you know, if I fall and like break every bone, I don't have to worry about going into turbo debt for it, you know? Should be like, what? I think that'd be cool. I don't know. I just, really, for me, the preference is not how Games Workshop does it, where they're doing like weird ballet poses and they have like goofy frost weapons. I don't mind if it's like, oh, this Space Wolf captain of mine has a power sword, but the power sword looks like it's made of ice. That's cool. That's legit. You know, that's I do my equivalent all the time as just like, you know, like glowing green. Power weapons normally don't glow. They usually have like a little thing that adds like basically like a transparent power field, and they'll make like a little humming, and you'll get like a little bit of glow stuff. But I do mine full blown green glow because it looks good. And I get people doing that. This glaze medium is fucked up because it looks like white paint if I'm looking for it. The worst. I wouldn't be surprised. There's a lot of people who are dead and frozen on Mount Everest. No, that's quite a bit. So I would not be surprised if there's like, this is the dedicated section where you can look at all their shoes. Like I was like, oh god. To be fair, I am also like, it's strange. I'm pretty risk adverse as a person, so a lot of times I don't like putting myself in scenarios like that in general. So like, this could also me just being a weenie. So I don't know. Maybe once again, maybe I truly haven't lived because I haven't done any stuff like this. Video plums. And paint your minis, yo. Paint your minis. Do it. Do it. Oh yeah, no, because people die up there, or even like leave trash. Because like, sadly, who the fuck is gonna clean Mount Everest? I would love it if they like. I know that there's like Japanese satellite programs that exist to like throw nets into space to pull down debris, which I think is really fucking rad. But like, I don't think anyone's doing the same for Everest. I don't know if anyone's like. Maybe we'll send all those fucking like military robots up there, just for cleanup duty. That would at least be nice. If the Boston Dynamic Dog is going to fight World War III, you know, pick up after yourself first. Pick up Mount Everest first. Oh, I have to imagine, yeah. I mean, because like, there's no other like, it's morbid as shit, but like, just I can't imagine there's other waypoints you could really easily see. Like turn left. If you see Frozen Jones, turn left. There's a trail there. Like, yeah. You know, Frozen Jones is there. He's not going. He's not leaving. So at that point, you might as well. Like, it's macabre as shit, and I understand that, like, that's not great, but it's like, yeah. From a practicality standpoint, it makes total sense. You're a little, it's almost about time there. almost time to wrap up. So gotta get the Aquila at the very least. There's definitely a lot more on these guys to do. But I never did get their heads. One a little bit. Pop little bits of the visor thingy. There we go, there we go, there we go, there we go. Look at them. Okay, look at the lads. Lads, still a lot of work. They're like looking actually like legit now. But yeah, the original environmental storytelling, fucking Mount Everest. Oh, I never. Hold on. Okay, I do need to wrap up soon, but I do think one quick thing I need to do is I need to get my white paint. I need to make sure I can get these little bits. Because like a couple of these don't have enough layers. Probably do the thing I did with them last time and just do similar levels of chipping, but like, that's good. Okay with it. Thank you. I'm very happy with the way the lads turn out. This is, I will say, I think out of all the, like, it's been, like, I keep getting those, like, big starter boxes and just, like, they're, like, totally impossible for me to get through in time in a reasonable fashion. This one's been going pretty well. I will say, maybe my ethic has changed. Maybe my realization that if I slack too much on painting all these chuckle fucks, that just won't happen. I've been doing pretty good though. I've been feeling good about the lads. There we go. That touches it up. I'll probably touch it up again too. I mean, they're looting like old metal plates from orcs, from just like the sides of their vehicles to reinforce their guns, so that way, you know, when they get shot at, there'll be more bullet deflecting material. And with that, let's go to the chatting screen. Wow. All right, thanks for coming, everybody. I had a lot of fun. Thursday, we're going back to I'm playing video game. I'm playing video game on Thursday. I'm going to be playing D2, a game that I've heard is very interesting, and a horror game for the Dreamcast. I liked Illbleed. I'm going to see if that also blows my dick cling off. Then on Sunday, I'm going to be painting something. I don't know what yet. Probably, if I can get my Lehman Russ ready to go, I would like to do that. If not, I might try to do some rap. I need to do stuff for Under the Dice Fest prep. And I have a couple of routes to make that happen, so I do need to do that. I do be a gamer. Luckily, this game is not terribly long. Like I usually check how long they are to beat, and this one said like maybe like 10 hours if I'm dicking around. So it's like 3 streams. That's not too bad. That's a solid amount of streams. Not like a crazy whole franchise. So there we go. And with that, I'm going to cut the YouTube people off. Bye, YouTube people. Bye-bye. And see